Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, and we've hit August. After a very ugly and hot and muggy and disgusting July, including the weather, not just wrestling. But here we are with Jim Cornette's Drive Thru. Of course, I'm your host, the great Brian Last. We have questions. I promise there are questions. Reviews, whatever else Jim has in store for us. And of course, here he is, the star of the Drive Thru, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Oh, the questions that we have, ladies and gentlemen. Have we hit August or has August hit us? That's the question. You and me are both so slappy today. We're going to be arrested. If we go outside our homes, we'll be arrested for WRAF, walking recklessly and attempting to fall. We got no energy. I slept this morning, Brian, until nigh on to 8:45, I'll have you know. I felt like a kid again, just sleeping till all hours of the day. I'm usually up with the chickens and the pigeons and what gets up early? Roosters, cocks, whatever. I'm usually up with the early folks.
You're up with the cocks.
But today I'm up with the cocks. I slept in today, though, with the pussies. I don't know. But you just were telling me that you don't particularly, you're feeling a little out of sorts, not puny in an illness fashion, but you're lacking in energy. So this could be a strange program today. We're just going to blurt things out. Normally, this is all carefully prepared. We don't ever go off the script. But today, we're just going to ad-lib something.
The reason I'm kind of like this is, think about it. We recorded, and then we watched a bunch of wrestling, and then we recorded more.
And then we watched a bunch of wrestling-related stuff, and now we're recording more.
Yeah, and then when I had time, and I was like, oh, good, I only have to go through the shows. I don't have to watch anything. I remembered, oh, shit, I do have to watch stuff. And that was my preparation for this show was, oh, shit, I do have to watch stuff.
Well, and also, I've had a little break in the action here. Construction has ground to a halt at the castle because I think I mentioned at some point that we recorded recently. It's been every day, that the truck with my siding and trim was supposed to come in on Saturday, but it didn't come in. Well, so if Monday, my contractor calls me bright and early and says, well, I think I'm going to get the trim at a different place, but the siding should be in, but I'm a little under the weather. And I'm going to take a COVID test out of an abundance of caution. I said, yeah, you better. So nothing happened on Monday. And then bright and early this morning, he called me again to say that he's taken the COVID test and it was negative. He's just got a little summer cold. He'll be back in action tomorrow. And they're still trying to find my siding and my trim to get into action with. So instead of a scene of mad panic and activity, over the last couple of days, except for my mad panic and activity that I usually undergo, nobody else has been swarming all over the house. And today, I'm actually thinking, because of my low energy level and the fact that there are no interlopers, I might take an afternoon off. I hate to say that in public, because then all the people that I owe emails to or phone calls to will say, well, goddamn, you took an afternoon off. So maybe I won't. I'll change my mind. I don't know. It's up in the air. Because you know me, there's always some work, project, task, chore, business, whatever that I'm behind on, that I'm constantly trying to get accomplished so I can sit down. And with people that I owe phone calls and the emails and things and such of that nature that doesn't have a deadline. Nothing's on fire. I figured, you know what? I'm not going to call these people, just call them and say I don't have time to talk to you and blow them off in 10 minutes. That would be rude. Instead, I say I'll wait till I can sit down and talk to my old friend Bupkis for 45 minutes or an hour. Really catch up. Guess what time never comes? The time where I can sit down and do that. So that means that instead of blowing them off by telling them I can't call them, or I call them and tell them I can't talk to them, I really piss them off because I don't call them back at all. So that's the way it works out. I may take the afternoon off, but not call anybody. I may feed the deer.
What better way to take the afternoon off than record this show here?
I was about to ask if you had taken the afternoon off and fucking fallen asleep. I wasn't getting any goddamn affirmative feedback on anything I was saying there. So this is your program.
This is the afternoon off edition of the Drive Thru here today, here on my show. And usually you have more to say about the property, so I don't even know where to go from here. How are the figures?
Goddammit. How are the figures? Well, my figure's doing very well, thank you. My girlish figure. I'm at fighting weight.
Are you in better shape now than you were in 1988?
Well, now that's a trick question. You know why it's a trick question?
That was the year you got into shape?
That was the year I got into it, because in January of 1988, we were at the Bunkhouse Stampede at the Nassau Coliseum in Long Island, right? That ill-fated second attempt at pay-per-view that Crockett put on that he couldn't get on because Vince was blocking him. And we're up there on Long Island. And I can't remember what the fuck, but I just got up that morning and got in a rental car, and I said, I'm fucking fat, right? And I went home. I remember this specifically. That's where it went. It was cold as a witch's tit, colder than a well digger's ass, colder than a banker's heart that morning. And when I got home, I said, I'm going on a diet. Got back to Charlotte. And that was the first actual legitimate diet to lose weight that I'd ever gone on in my life. And I was 250 pounds. And what was that? The third week of January was the Bunkhouse Stampede that year. And I started losing weight, and I lost about, by May-ish or whatever, I had lost about 30 pounds. And then I get that's when we started talking about the Great American Bash Tour. And that was the year, obviously, that the Fantastics came in. They had come in March, and that's another thing that was wearing weight off of me. It was Bobby Fulton and Tommy Rogers chasing my ass around every night. We were working with them 7 days a week. And Bobby would the other baby faces would make a token effort to pop the people. Bobby Fulton would run me down if his life depended on it, just to fuck with me, because we loved each other, right? So anyway, and then more bumping and just longer matches and more action. And then by the time that I think middle of May rolled around, that's when Dusty was talking about the Bash Tour. And I found out we were going to do bunkhouse matches, 3-on-2 at the Bashes at about, we had 25 of those at least. I've got it in the Midnight Express book, but off the top of my head, 5 or 6 scaffold matches, a couple of just straight tag team, U.S. tag team title matches, 25 or so of these 3-on-2 bunkhouse matches. Anything goes, but it wasn't lazy booking. We still didn't break any fucking tables. And I was working in those. And so anyway, I got down, I'll have you know, by the end of June to 195 pounds. And started the Bash Tour, and that's where I realized that there was a plateau weight that I could not go under, because I dieted down to 195 pounds, and then we went on the Bash Tour and worked 43, I believe, out of 45 days, and several of those were double shots, and I was wrestling a lot, and by the end of the thing, I was back up to 210. A lot of Wendy's on the road now helped with that. But anyway.
Do you blame George Scott for the rest of the weight gain?
Well, see, here's the thing. You can actually tell my physical or mental state at old videos by going back and seeing how big or small I was. Because I was fairly svelte for me until 1986 with, like I said, the Midnight Express matches, running and sweating and bumping, and Southern Territories, hot summers and springs and falls. And then at Starrcade, I blow my knee. I have the knee surgery. Now it's dodgy, right? And I'm trying not to, when I come back, I'm trying not to fuck it up worse. So I'm a little less active. And then the summer of 87, I tore my other ACL in Philly, the left knee. And then I'm really fucking, so that stuff in 87, I'm getting bigger weight-wise, and I'm doing less physically because both my knees are fucked up.
How many times have you hurt your knees in Philadelphia?
Oh, goddamn. Well, actually, yeah, Philly was an unlucky fucking, the Philly Civic Center.
89 also, right?
I tore the left ACL in 80, the summer of 87, right before the 87 Bash Tour, kicking Ricky Morton. And then in 89, right before the Great American Bash pay-per-view, where I worked with Paul Lee, I jumped off the apron of the ring to avoid Terry Gordy throwing the fucking giant timekeeper's table over the top rope. And my right knee already had no ACL. I would have torn it had it had one. But when I landed on the knee, even though I was wearing my braces, I was on the edge of that stupid fucking pad they started putting around the ring. And my knee buckled sideways, so I tore cartilage. And that's what it started bleeding and swelling up and everything. So after the match with Paul Lee the day after, which I was not going to miss because that was my chance to get even on him, then I flew back home to Charlotte and had him drain it and get all the gunk out of it again.
So to go back to your weight.
Oh, so anyway, so then that's why by January of 88, I'm 250 pounds and I'm miserable and my knees are starting to feel better because I had them scoped both times and they're, I'm getting a little more confident in them. I said, fuck it, I'm going to lose weight. And then look at me in the summer of 88. Like I said, I'm less than 200 pounds at the start of the Bash Tour anyway. And then we go right into the sale to TBS and the original Midnight Angle getting screwed up. And then me, in the summer of 89, Flair gets the book and then I'm added to the booking committee. And by spring of 1990, I got to be back up to 225, 230 because I'm starting to aggravation eat with Jim Herd and the way the Midnight Express is being used. And finally, I guarantee I was between 230 and 235 by the time I quit. And then, in Smoky Mountain, I was just stress eating and maintained the same weight. And then I moved to Connecticut. And boy, howdy, two things happened. Number one, I'm fucking aggravation eating out through the moon in Connecticut. And number two, where I lived, I discovered that they had multiple food deliveries back before Uber Eats or whatever. Unless it was a Chinese place or a pizza place, or maybe you lived in a big city, you couldn't get food delivered to your house. But all of a sudden, multiple restaurants within 5 miles delivered to my house in Connecticut. I was eating 3 dinners a night as soon as I'd get in from that goddamn office. So, by what was it? Early 1988, I weighed 280 pounds. And then I decided, well, I'm going to fucking have a heart attack and die. And I went on a diet, my second major diet in my life. And by the summer of 1999, it was kick-started. I did it all through 88. And then in early 99, when I realized I was going to get the chance to move back to Louisville, I said, aha, I'm getting paroled soon. I want to look good. And I really kicked it in. And I came back to Louisville weighing 205. And boy, howdy. Did I look good in my suits as an announcer on OVW television? Until, what was it, 2000? Oh, God damn it. 2001, I had the hernia surgery that I got the hernia originally working with Bob Armstrong on one of Ron Fuller's shows in Knoxville in 2000. He was hitting his finish, the flying stomp, but I'd thrown powder in his eyes earlier to take over, and there was powder on the mat. And when he went to push off with his left foot so he could give me the big flying stomp to the chest and pin me, his left foot flew out from under him, and he was up in the air, and his ass came right down in my stomach, and my shit popped right out next to my dick. But it hurt my bad back so bad that I didn't really notice it for a day or two. And then I said, well, my shit's popped out. So anyway, I have the hernia surgery, and then I'm somewhat stress eating with OVW after a few years. And then what really kick-started me back into fatdom was when I tore the knee. And God damn it, if I'd only been in Philly for Ring of Honor, but I tore my knee again in Chicago, WrestleMania weekend of 2006 for the Ring of Honor shows. I tore cartilage. I had a bucket handle cartilage tear where, and I'll tell you who did it, and bless him, he turned into a fabulous worker, but God damn it, Chris Hero. It was the Combat Zone Wrestling versus Ring of Honor feud, invasion, whatever. And for their side, it was still Chris Hero. He was still a Combat Zone guy or whatever. And Necro Butcher was there, nice fella. And the previous night, it was a 2-night stand. The previous night, I, as Ring of Honor commissioner, have come out leading the charge of the Ring of Honor talent to run these interlopers off. And I hit Necro Butcher with a baseball bat, a Louisville Slugger baseball bat, right? These fucking Combat Zone Wrestling crazy people are coming in. I've got to arm and defend myself. And also it didn't hurt that I could shoot about garbage wrestling and people knew I was telling the truth. But anyway, so I figure, okay, this guy's let me hit him. And it was a nice working shot. He had a little bit of a welt just to know it was there in the gut. But the guy let me hit him with a baseball bat last night. So doing what's good for business, they got to get some steam on us. So they're going to hit the ring. And I tell old Chris Hero, I love Chris, I said, pickle me, boom, punch me, and I'll go down, and then just grab my arm and wrap it around the rope and start like you're trying to yank my arm out of the shoulder so that they can come from behind and stop you and blah, 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 and the other stuff's going to go on. Okay. Well, because I'm taking one bump, but I didn't want to, go out there and look like goddamn Chris Colt on acid and take attention away from people. So I fare one bump and, get on me in a corner. So he punched me. I take the bump. And whereas I was going to lay there and let him wrap my arm around the bottom rope, he thought that he should pull me up and wrap my arm around the top rope. Okay. Well, as he's pulling me up, he takes my arm, my left arm, and in the vernacular of the wrestling business of the 70s, he went south with that motherfucker. He pulled that thing over the top rope with such fervor and emotion that it took the fucking inside of the skin through my suit jacket off the top rope. It took it off my fucking arm. I had a big bruise, but when he took it that far and I stood up on tiptoes because I had to go where the arm was going, my left knee bent, tore the cartilage. And so I take the bump and roll out on the floor when they stop him, and I'm starting to stand up, and I said, wait a minute, why does my arm and my knee hurt? And then I realized I couldn't straighten my knee out because when the cartilage, they call it a bucket handle tear, when the cartilage tears in a flap and then sticks in between where your bones are supposed to be straightening out. You understand what I'm saying to you, Brian? I know I've got a pre-med background, so I may have lost you.
I think you got me.
But the cartilage was stuck in between the bones, so the bones couldn't straighten out all the way. So I was stuck at a 45-degree angle. And well, fuck. Hopefully this will straighten out. And it didn't, and had to go home and go to the doctor, and the doctor couldn't. He said, yeah, we gotta scope that. Well, fuck. And that's when they sold me on the ACL reattachment. He said, while we're in there, he said, it's not like it was 30 years ago. 20 years ago, whatever, at that point. We can do it better. All right. Well, I've had more problems with the knee that I got the ACL fixed than I have with the knee I hadn't had fixed. But anyway, yeah. So then I got really fucking fat, was where we were going with all this, because I had the knee fixed, and that's when finally about, 2007-ish in 8-ish in TNA, I noticed that walking around in Universal Studios, in the middle of the summer or any time in Orlando, in that heat, not only was I sweating like a whore in church, but also I was starting to get the cankles around my socks, giant fucking, like a sausage casing. And people said, well, that's not good. That's an indication that something's going to go sideways with you sooner or later. So that's when I got off the sugar and switched to the Sprite Zero. And that's how I lost a significant amount of weight there. And it's bopped back and forth a bit but for the past several years, it's been, as I've mentioned before, pretty constant. But yeah, you can go back and you can see either mentally or physically, yeah, he's fucking miserable, or he's got something broke, needs surgery, or he's finally fed up, no pun intended. He's had enough. He don't want to be fat no more.
Let me ask you another question. What was your favorite August?
Aren't you sorry you asked that first one?
No, we got a nice answer out of that.
Oh, that was nice? Okay.
I'm a regular Charlie from Starkville over here. Let me ask you another question. Your favorite August in wrestling?
Oh my God. Favorite August. Boy.
Favorite August.
1988 was fantastic because we went right out of as far as business. Well, no, we went right out of with the Fantastics, the Great American Bash Tour, and straight into the deal with Tully and Arn. So that was fun that year. August, like any month of 1986, was great.
Did JYD leaving in August of 84 damper the spirits, or did everyone just think that we'll keep moving on?
There wasn't a lot of damp spirits in 84. It was kind of, except for New Orleans, business did not fucking suffer greatly when JYD left, and except for the abrupt manner caused some changes to matches. No, guys were either upset or, sad about the situation, or hate to see him go, or what the fuck, or whatever, but it wasn't mourning. New Orleans, like I said, was really the only place that significantly suffered because everybody else at that point was over and hot also. And I'm trying to think of a more recent time. I don't think of...
Was August 93?
I'm not nostalgic. Well, August 93 was good because that was the match with me and Bob where we actually set our record attendance at that point in Knoxville. We'd break it the next year, but that was fun. I was trying to think of something in the last... I can't get nostalgic for recent shit, like in the previous 25 years or so, the new stuff. I can't really get nostalgic for that.
All right.
August. It's a hot month.
How are the figures doing? Are they hot?
Figures are hot. I tell you, so hot. Y'all, I tell you, I'm all right now, but last week I was in rough shape signing all those figures. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have ordered an action figure at JimCornette.com over the past few weeks with the various bloody variants going to Australia and New Zealand, or the last of the original figures that were found, the commentator play sets, still a few available. Everything is now in the hands of the Feather Bottoms and has already been received by the customers or is in the process of shipping. And we are caught up to date on everything. The Feather Bottoms, again, with their amazing service and ultra careful handling system, have gotten us up to date. People are waiting literally 7 to 10 days from the time they order till their shit shows up, sometimes quicker than that. It's amazing. JimCornette.com. Without delay, race to your computer screen or your phone or whatever the fucking kids use these days and buy something.
If you, let's say, were born anytime after 1980, do you think you would have been someone that collected figures? Because it really changed, especially with the way that they did cartoons to sell the figures, like G.I. Joe, He-Man. Everything kind of changed in the 80s.
I go back and forth because, honestly, I probably would have until it got ridiculous where there were hundreds of figures, because when I was a kid and I collected comic books and or pop culture memorabilia stuff related, magazines, newspaper strips, comic and pop culture related toy items, whatever the case, I was a completist. I'd try to snatch everything, and shit was cheap then. So with wrestling, the things you could buy then were programs, pictures, and magazines, either current or back issue. There was and occasionally a t-shirt. There wasn't figures or play sets or rings or whatever. But then the stuff that went into my wheelhouse, as they say, was always paper goods, products, the written word, the picture or the column or the newspaper ad or the magazine or book or whatever. So I don't know whether I would, and also vintage stuff. Even when I was a kid, I got the new stuff to keep up with it, but my love was older shit, back issues, antiques, vintage toys, stuff like that. So I may have not, like I ended up not, getting one of every figure, just because that was more modern and more current. And if I was going to spend money, I spent money on the vintage memorabilia.
If there had been a way to economically construct wrestling figures in the mid-'70s, let's say in a territory you would know well, the Jarrett territory, Jarrett, Welch, whatever you want to call it. Gulas Welch, run by Jarrett.
Gulas Welch or Jarrett.
I'm just a babbling idiot here this week, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, you are. Well, I wouldn't say you're babbling.
Well, thank you very much, but if there had been a Jerry Lawler figure, or he's a heel, if there had been a Jackie Fargo figure, even if it was kind of cheap, would it have sold, and how many would have sold?
I think, honestly, here's the thing, the prices at the arenas in 1975, let's say, when Fargo was still on top or Lawler was starting to get over, the 8x10 photos that were black and white were $1 a piece.
Can I stop you real quick?
Yeah.
Of the photos sold, what percentage were sold to children?
Sold to parents that would then hand them to small children.
Right, but I guess
but by the time we had 10-year-old kids with 50 cents or $1. Their parents would say, "Yeah, go down there and get a program or get a picture or whatever. Here you go." So they would come up all the time, and that's why whatever sweet old lady was working the merchandise stand would always be nice to the kids, because then they'd go back and ask their parents for another 50 cents or $1 or whatever. But anyway.
Hey, so much is said about the casual fan and the casual fan watching wrestling. What was that like for you? Someone selling photos. You had the regulars. What about the casual fan? The family that randomly just showed up on a night to watch wrestling, but they may not show up again.
Well, that was the difference in the regular crowds you got every week and the big sellout when you had something interesting, right? Was you would get the people that only went once every few months or once a year, or maybe they hadn't ventured down, but for the scaffold match, that's tickled their taint, whatever. So, there was a mixture, and most of the fans were casual fans then, in that they watched the TV show most every week for an hour on Saturday, and then they came down on Tuesday night and bought a ticket for $4. And there was no internet. They might not read wrestling magazines. They're certainly not, corresponding, as we mentioned, by 1980, me and Weasel Dooley were the sum total of people in Louisville trading results with anybody else from other territories. So they were more casual to begin with. But at the same time, you would see, some faces every week, and you knew some names, and they'd come up and say hello, because the people selling the merchandise were the same people every week. So it was a social thing. And a lot of times people would ask for specific seats in either ringside or in general admission or whatever, because that was where their friends from Shively sat. And since they lived out in Fern Creek, they never got to see them except on Tuesdays. So they'd visit before the matches. I mean, it was completely fucking different than anything that's going on today. But, so anyway, the point is the figures you asked about. Black and white pictures were $1. And then my color 3.5 by 5s were $1. Color 8 by 10s were $3 whole. And if they had a t-shirt, I think back then they would have been maybe 8, maybe 10, and high-priced items didn't move in great quantity. Lawler or Handsome Jimmy Valiant's 45 RPM, records would be maybe $2. So, but you move thousands of those. So if a figure of Jackie Farr, my God, a Bill Dundee figure, holy shit, that would have
Life
sold
size.
to every, well, yeah, it wouldn't have cost much more. If there had been a Bill Superstar Dundee figure, every female in Kentucky, Tennessee, and parts of Arkansas and Mississippi would have had one sitting on their nightstand. If they could have got it for, what was $5 in 1980? Or what would it be today? Probably close to 20. Maybe they'd have paid a little bit more, but these were not, high dollar items because they were going for the quantity. And when you had, we've totaled up the Memphis territory before. Let's say you had, on an average week, if you had 8,000 people on Monday in Memphis and then 3,000 in Louisville on Tuesday, there's 11,000, and 750 in Evansville on Wednesday, there's almost 12,000. Let's round it off. But Rupp Arena in Lexington on Thursday, you might have 5,000 or 6,000. So now we're up to 18. Throw a couple in for Nashville on Saturday night, 20,000. You got 2 shows that run on Friday night that are going to draw 500 or 1,000 apiece. So you've sold 22,000, 23,000 tickets that week. And a lot of those people will spend $1 on a program or a picture.
Do you think if you hadn't become a manager, I'm guessing you would have stayed doing things around wrestling. Most people don't give that up, especially you were making a lot of money. Do you think you would have expanded, though, into other things? You would have tried to do T-shirts as the 80s went on. You would have tried to do some kind of video, whether you had the rights to or not. Do you think you would have expanded your merchandise stand empire?
I don't know about T-shirts just because here's the thing. I was doing photography. I was writing the programs. I did branch out into my own magazine that was specific for the territory, the Championship Wrestling magazine. And those were selling well until I turned heel, and then we couldn't give some of the last ones away. It would have been more about books and pictures, and I wasn't a T-shirt specialist. I didn't, know anything about T-shirt printing, nor did I have any ins with, getting any T-shirts done. I may have probably, just because I would have been only the middleman, probably not got involved in that. But anything you could sell in the arenas as far as the stuff that I was already involved in, I would have expanded, I'm pretty sure, because what we did do was successful. And you talked about video. I was already recording shit at home. I was already a photographer. Composing a still photo is in the neighborhood of composing video if you've got an eye for photography. So I would have, and then if I was shooting video, I would have been able to have copies of all those matches. So it would have been in my mind. So I would have definitely branched into video and seen what we could do in the, in the way of home video or something, because I was probably, Lawler kept some tapes of the TV show they did in Memphis just with some of his most memorable moments. And Jarrett, the same thing. They kept the concession stand brawl or a few of the things they just wanted to keep around, but most of the time they recorded over stuff and reused the tapes, as we've mentioned. But I would have been not only building a library, but also the one that would have seen that wrestling fans were more interested than the average person in getting VCRs so they can see wrestling on tape. Just like the early people, the wrestling fans were the driving force behind people getting cable as soon as it was available in their area so they could see Georgia wrestling. And I'm not ribbing about this. Gorgeous George sold TVs in 1949 or whatever. It was kind of the same thing. the promoters and the wrestlers didn't know it because they didn't have time to fucking buy home VCRs, and they hadn't been salivating at the opportunity to record their own shows because it was no big deal to them. But the fans loved it. And the wrestlers, were barely at home in time to get a movie on VHS tape. So they weren't on the early edge of, recognizing that this home video thing is going to be a big deal. But I was, because I was not only seeing all the video magazines that I subscribed to, so I could see the latest model VCRs, so I could figure out a way to tape more wrestling. But I was also seeing the wrestling fans that were starting to move heaven and earth to trade these tapes so they could see the other territories. So now that you've mentioned that, I probably would have been the one to talk Jarrett into selling home videos.
At least locally, not like a national thing like he did with, who did he do? He did it with Jeff Otto and those
Well,
guys.
yeah, but that was not till like 87, 88. And by then, my God, I love Memphis wrestling, but those were not their greatest years. It was headed into the down period. I would have been talking to him about it. If I hadn't gotten to business in 82, Jesus, by the next year or the year after, because there was a market at that point, and they still weren't saving their shit.
You never thought about, especially when you had multiple VCRs and you knew how to set the timer, you never thought about getting a satellite dish? Just to record wrestling, obviously.
I'm trying to remember what the technology of satellite dishes was like in 1979, 1980, and or how much they cost. Because remember, I'm still doing this on my photographer's money. It's not like you should have seen when I told my mom, yeah, I have this TV antenna. It's 14 feet long, and there's a 10-foot pole that it goes on, and there's a mechanism that turns it in every direction that I'll control from my room. Can I put it on the roof? That was a conversation.
I was actually even thinking about when you were in Charlotte, but I guess there wouldn't have been enough wrestling around the country worth you going out of your way to record.
No, when I was in Charlotte, I was setting 3 VCRs every weekend before I went on the road just to record all of Crockett's programs. Think about this. It was Saturday night TBS, Sunday night TBS, then Friday night TBS got added. Crockett had 2 hours of syndication that went most places in the country, and another 30-minute program and sometimes an hour program on in Charlotte. Plus, Norman's sending me what's left of the territories. So, we had it. We had it nailed. And then after that, and those early dishes were not like the little things they sit on the roof of your
I know.
Fucking mobile home now. It was a commitment. It looked like a goddamn spaceship had landed in the backyard.
Well, with all the running around doing all the merch, I guess you probably would have spent a lot on auto parts. That's how we do it, folks.
You lazy motherfucker. Oh, we told you it was going to be like this, ladies and gentlemen, today. Do you think there's anybody out? Could this be the first podcast in history where by this point everybody just said they're just not going to do it today and just clicked off, and we're literally talking to ourselves? Nobody will ever hear this. Well, that's a good reason for our sponsors to keep signing back up. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what. With the problems with all the makes and models of the cars they make these days, strange as it may seem, they give these cars strange names these days. You've got, well, who's on first? What's on second? No, they've got a ton of makes and models of the cars. Just all kinds of them. They all look weird anymore. Have you ever noticed this? They don't have fins on them like they used to. And you can't put a good car stereo in anymore. Back in the old days, back in my day. But I'll tell you what, no matter what you got one of the new cars or you got one of the old cars. Say you need a goozle pipe for a 43 Packard. Because most people don't just have these common, ordinary, run-of-the-mill cars anymore. They got some classics. Well, you can't just go to a brick-and-mortar store, Brian. You can't do that. Because For one thing, I've yet to see anybody repair a car with either bricks or mortar. It doesn't work. That mortar clogs up the fuel lines. But the brick and mortar stores can't carry all these parts, but we know who can. Our friends at RockAuto.com. Because they're a family business. They were related to the Manson family at one time, but fortunately they were cleared of any wrongdoing whatsoever. It was actually, they were only related by marriage, they found out. So
a very nice family with no relation to the Manson family.
Well, marriage is no relation. It's a legal thing, but you don't have any blood connection. And they've been serving auto parts customers online for 20 years, ever since the legal settlement that prevented them from having these brick and mortar stores.
There was no legal settlement.
So they fled online. They're anchored somewhere off a, what are you talking about? It's past the 3-mile limit in international waters. They've been told that they can do anything they want.
What was the
4.5 miles out?
What was the brick and mortar lawsuit exactly?
Well, there was an issue, is all I'm saying, but the feds stepped in.
Oh, the feds.
And as long as they stay 4.5 miles offshore, it's international waters, folks, and they've got all the parts there, and they'll put them on the boat, run them over to the dock, and then they have to wait for nighttime to fall. Then they switch over to the truck, and they're going to bring them straight to you. They got everything from engine control modules and brake parts to tail lamps, motor oil, even new carpet. As a matter of fact, that's what I'm sitting on right now. I carpeted the office with this carpet from RockAuto.com, and it's amazing. And their catalog is unique and remarkably easy to navigate. They sent me one the other day. It's even thicker than the Sears catalog, but they don't use the slick paper that the Sears people started using there. Because I'll tell you, at one point, you had to have your companion in the outhouse was the Sears catalog. Then they started going to that slick paper, and oh my God, not only did it smear instead of wipe, but then the paper cuts were insane. And if you've ever paper cutted your taint with a page of the Sears catalog, you'll know that I'm not fooling around when I say that that's not something you don't want to do. Maybe I use some double negatives there.
I don't know what's going on here, but let me just go back a step. Whatever you get from rockauto.com, be assured it will be delivered legitimately by very nice people.
Yes.
Via legitimate means, no intrigue and espionage in the night or whatever you were describing before.
Actually, we're not sure. We're not sure they're going to be nice because they do background checks. The second leg of the delivery, the deliverers, the delivery folks are background checked on that leg because they tried to do it on both legs, but the people taking that first leg, waiting for nighttime and then loading it on the truck, sometimes they didn't want their backgrounds checked. But the people that bring it to your house, they've checked them. They don't have to be friendly. That's not part of the equation. They need to be professional.
What?
They need to be responsible. They need to fulfill their function, but they're not required to be friendly. There was a lawsuit about that. It went to the fucking, I think, the 9th district, and they ruled against us. They're not required to be friendly.
No, there was no lawsuit. There was no 9th district. Are you assuming that Rock Auto has their own courier?
I'm not assuming. When you assume, you make an ass of you and me. I'm just saying that rockauto.com has ways to get these things to your home fairly quickly. And you'll be happy as a clam with them when you open the box up, regardless of how they got there. Just don't look these people in the eye when they hand you the box, and it'll be fine. And the best of all, prices. God damn you. At rockauto.com are always reliably low, and the same for professionals and do-it-yourselfers, because a professional is just a do-it-yourselfer that has fucking conned somebody into giving them some money. So why spend up twice as much for the same parts? Go to rockauto.com right now and see all the parts available for your car or truck, and write JCE in their How Did You Hear About Us box so they know that we sent you, because it means a lot to them, ladies and gentlemen. And we want to do whatever they say because we do not want the wrath of Rock Auto on our backs. You've heard of having a monkey on your back? When you got Rock Auto on your back, fuck, that shit's hard to kick. Amazing selection, reliably low prices, and all the parts your car will ever need.
And nothing to worry about. And nothing to worry about. Nice people.
No worry. They don't have to be nice. It's elective. They can choose to be nice if they want, but they will be professional. RockAuto.com.
Well, Jim, speaking of RockAuto makes me think of The Rock, and of course The Rock was not part of SummerSlam this year. However,
great transition there, Pismo.
Well, thank you very much. Of course, you and I did talk about SummerSlam. We recorded this already, and if you are a subscriber to the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel, you've already probably seen or heard a lot of what you're about to hear here on the show. But if not, subscribe today. Sometimes you get a preview of what's going to be here on the podcast. Jim?
Yeah, you should have heard what I saw.
Well, I guess they're about to hear what you saw. We'll be with you again on the other side. Here is the review of SummerSlam. Well, Jim, here it is. Sunday, as you and I sit here, Sunday afternoon, July 31st, a beautiful day. I just was out in the sun, out in the pool, having a great time, and I was dreading having to review wrestling with you.
Blow that out your ass, by the way, because it poured rain this morning. I was going to go over to the store and pick up some Sprite Zero, but it just poured rain, and it's dreary and bleh. So fuck your pool.
Well, come on. This is my show. Let's get everyone in a good mood.
I've been watching SummerSlam on a rainy day. How thrilling how thrilled can I be? No, it wasn't as bad as I was afeared. Go ahead.
That was my point. I was dreading the idea of this review until I actually watched it live last night. And this whole day up until we've recorded right now, I've been in a good mood because of it. It wasn't a bad show. There were several things I thought were great.
Your pool weather helped, I'm sure.
It helped.
But no, I thought I was going to be crying because also I watched this thing on Peacock because should we mention Spectrum again real quick? I tried to order just for shits and giggles. I tried to order the pay-per-view just to see what they'd give me this time. Would they lull me into a false sense of security? Because I knew I had the cock as a backup. But this time, when I try to order the pay-per-view the traditional way on Spectrum cable, which you should never have, they're criminals, thieves, and liars, they give me the screen, call 1-800-BLOW-ME, and ask us nicely, and then come back here and select. I say, yeah, fuck this. So I went to the Peacock. So I thought I was going to be cranky, and then the weather and etc. But being pleasantly surprised, first of all, by the fact that this was a major pay-per-view that was 3 hours and 30 minutes long, not 4.5 hours, not 5 hours, not a day and a half, not paying everybody in the union overtime, but a nice length for a major show with a nice number of matches. The entrances are interminable, as usual, for anything involving the WWE, but since they're in a goddamn stadium and it's 1.5 miles to the ring, you got to do what you got to do.
They should bring back the ring cars that they had at WrestleMania 3. They were the coolest things ever, and they got everyone in the Pontiac Silverdome from the entranceway to the ring real quick.
But, then everybody has to go at the same pace, and it has some element of a cheesy Mummers Day parade. Remember when poor Bobby and Andre's blown up, and they're after the match, they're having to ride that thing back, and people are throwing shit at him, and Bobby's holding his arms over his head and ducking. I like to go at my own pace. Take your time sometimes on the way out and get the fuck out of there on the way back. But nevertheless, they had you're a target, and if you're the main event, they can't get kicked out and miss any of the show, right? So that's the most dangerous trip back to the locker room is the last match.
Jesse Ventura stole Matilda the dog and took off in one of those cars. And to be honest, I don't even know how that was rectified. But that happened at WrestleMania 3 as well.
Well, from what I've heard from Davey, they were glad to see her go.
It was probably better for the dog, actually, to get away from Davey and Dynamite.
Yeah, can you imagine if it's better to live with Jesse Ventura than it is your previous mentors or parents or whatever they consider? They ribbed them. Two guys like Dynamite Kid being one of them, and Davey, who could barely get himself from place to place sometimes. He'd get distracted. And they've got to shepherd a dog on the road for 3 weeks on airplanes and hotels. And it was a rib back then. the animal or the gimmick that you had. I remember the guys used to complain in Tennessee when they had 5-foot tall trophies, 2 of them for the World Tag Team title. They had to put them in the back seat of the car. You couldn't get transfer from anybody, right? Nobody could ride with you. But this is a living thing. That's a whole level of, so I'm sure poor Tildy was glad to go home with Governor Ventura. What were we talking about?
The ring cars to the ring.
SummerSlam.
That's right.
No, just the long entrances, but, that's understandable. They had a great crowd. They shot the stadium. Obviously, the stadium was not full. It seats like 70 or 80,000 or whatever, but they had 40,000 people or thereabouts. They claimed 48. It'll be 30-something paid, whatever. They shot it well, and that's still the biggest crowd for wrestling ever in the state of Tennessee. Can you believe that? In this day and age, they are still able to set a record like that. Because Nick and Roy and Jarrett never ran stadium shows. They were at every town every week. So
how many stadiums were there? I guess from minor league baseball, whatever else was going on in some of those cities.
Well, no, Nashville and Memphis, if you wanted a ballpark show or a stadium show, even before any professional sports teams, they had the college football stadiums, and that goes back a ways. So they could have done that. Or remember in Memphis, the Sputnik Monroe Billy Wicks match that still has the Memphis record was at Russwood Park, which was an outdoor ball field at that point in time. But it wasn't like a professional sports team or whatever. And they had, 13,007 something paid, and then 3,000 or 4,000 beat the back fence down. And when they couldn't get in because they sold out, because it was only like a 13,000 seat ballpark. But that's the record in Memphis because they never went outdoors. They were in the Coliseum 52 weeks a year. And we've talked about, would you rather fill up a stadium for a big show, or would you rather sell 400,000 tickets in 1 year to an indoor building that you got sweet rent on? So, it's 6 one, half dozen the other. But point being, especially as cheap as Nick and Roy were, they never ran a stadium, and they were in Nashville weekly. In Knoxville, they were weekly, so there was never a big show built up all those years where wrestling was hot in the territories like there were in some other places for them to do a stadium show. So back to SummerSlam. So the ambiance. I don't like stadiums in the daytime, especially when you see them on TV, because it's fucking odd. It's an odd look for a wrestling match when it's daylight. Have you ever noticed that?
I have always thought that about stuff during the day, in the middle of the day, but this was towards the end of the day, so I actually thought it looked pretty good for the little bit where there was.
But it looks daylight. Better at night.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's a cool visual to see every now and then. It really is.
Yeah, I used to like it because I could shoot without a flash and just bam, bam, bam back in those days.
How many outdoor daytime shows did you shoot?
Well, there were a number that they would be at spot shows, out at the high school football field or whatever. There was a couple of times at least when the Coliseum was booked either for the Mid-South Fair, I can't remember what else. They went to Chick Stadium in Memphis, which was the minor league baseball team at the time, and it didn't draw because it was an afternoon. People didn't want to go to fucking outdoor wrestling in the afternoon. It just never worked. And of course,
was it a special show, or was it because they couldn't get in couldn't get into the Mid-South Coliseum?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, when the Coliseum was booked, either for the fair or whatever. And then there was the infamous Liberty Bowl, Great American Bash 86, when the negotiations apparently fell through with Jarrett and Lawler for them to be a part of it, and Crockett ran it anyway, next door to the Coliseum in the parking lot, right? And with every goddamn top name, and Flair and Dusty and us and the Road Warriors and etc. But people were like, fuck you. We didn't see this on Channel 5. There couldn't have been, if there was 1,500 people, maybe 2,000, something. I mean, imagine in the Liberty Bowl, a stadium, what that looked like. it's almost been erased from everybody's memory banks, the official history of Crockett Promotions.
Did you expect that, or was it a surprise to you?
Oh, I didn't expect that. I knew it wasn't going to be anything to write home about when I heard that, first thing I said, Lawler's, when we got the cards, right? We weren't privy at that point to negotiations breaking down, but we had done joint promotions in the fall of '85 off the Great American Bash previous year with Southeastern and Memphis, and it'd been the Midnight Express against the Fabulous Ones and Lawler and Dusty and Magnum and a six-man. So I thought, okay, I hear Liberty Bowl Memphis. Holy shit, we'll get Flair and Lawler probably. And then we got the card and I saw no Lawler. I said, well, this ain't going to be much fun, but I never expected it to be that bad. But, people were creatures of habit, as Teeny used to say.
And, of course, Nashville's a very different town now, a bigger town, and now they have this stadium, and here we got this big wrestling show.
Well, yes, and they've got the Titans, and they've got pro events or pro teams and all that stuff, and Nashville's now it's a gimmick Southern city. That's their gimmick now. It's always been the home of country music and a Grand Ole Opry, but now it's a gimmick Southern city where even the people that aren't Southern move there and become Southern gimmicks. So it's like it's not even legitimate. Anyway.
That's the truth.
Becky Lynch and Bianca Bel-Air. Becky and Bianca. I got to be honest with you, and you called this, Bianca Bel-Air grows on me. After I've got used to the hair ponytail flipping around and her skipping entrance, and she's so happy all the time, most of the time you see her and etc., I've got to admit, not only is she really athletic, she's farther along wrestling-wise than you would think that her experience would dictate, because we looked up what she's only been doing this a few years. And she's from Knoxville originally, so she was in her home state. And Becky is, as we mentioned, she's an all-around worker, athletically, verbally, mentally, psychologically. They were doing a big show match here. So for the first match, and still, I'm sorry, I've got to be that way, for it being the girls, they did a lot of stuff. But with any other two girls that I can think of pretty much in the business, or most of them, this would have been really hokey and really sloppy. This was not sloppy in a botch way. This was sloppy in a struggle way, a contest way. They didn't nail everything perfectly that they hit, but they shouldn't have, because they didn't lose the idea of a contest here. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't just do spots and moves without context or disregarding every rule or not paying attention to what the referee's saying or doing about it. It was a wrestling match. And they dug down and worked as hard as they could to get a big match over. And that's why I say, when you've got a limited number of girls like this that can do this, feed the underneath girls to girls like this on TV, and then match the top girls on pay-per-view instead of the 6-girl clusterfuck matches that just take up time and drag the overall quality of the work down. You see what I'm saying?
Look, I just recently, when was it? It was one of the shows I talked about, it was the Bella's documentary review.
Yes.
The fact that there are women now all over the wrestling shows, women matches, women divisions, and I don't know that things have really improved, and certainly it hasn't caused more people to watch, and I think there's an argument, not even an argument, there should be a really well-funded, well-done women's promotion for the top women in the business. Then you start thinking, who are they? And AEW has some great personalities in terms of workers in the traditional sense, or wrestlers, not so much. But I was watching this match and I had the thought midway through, and I've been thinking this for a while, just Becky Lynch is an all-timer. When it comes to women wrestling, she's an all-time great. She's fantastic. You can't say anything bad about what she does. She's fantastic. And then I've always liked Bianca, but I said, Bianca's fucking really good too. And then I start thinking, who else can I say this about? Obviously Charlotte Flair, Ronda Rousey, at times
Well,
with the right
back
person.
up, hold on.
With the right person, Rhea Ripley. And I realize whatever we want to say about WWE and women's wrestling, the one thing Triple H and the NXT system have got right is the top women they've developed are as good as anyone ever in wrestling.
Yeah.
They're really good.
And that, that's the thing is when you find, and still, women's wrestling is an attraction. It's not the meat and potatoes of the matter. And when you find women that can go at a high level, like the ones you just mentioned, then spotlight them. But when you just determine, okay, we're going to have half and half, or we've got to have a women's division.
Non-stop competitive matches. There is no one, other than Jade Cargill early on, there's no one who just squashes over people.
And then you water everything down. And I'm not even talking about squashes. I'm just talking about when you're letting everybody come in and play that are doing the cartwheels, because it's the difference between, being a cheerleader on America's Got Talent, being a cheerleader on a goddamn local junior high school football team. That's and when you water that down, then you do a disservice to the top girls that really can perform, but you muddy their water. Anyway, and Bianca Bel-Air here flips a lot, but it doesn't come off as silly or awkward, or she doesn't come to a complete stop after her round off double cartwheel and then turn around and go poof on somebody. I mean,
she's an athlete. Look at her. She looks like someone you see in the gym working out. She's an athlete.
Yeah. So that's the thing. As I said, they kept it in the context of a struggle, of a context, of a match. And they still, I'm not sure about the big bumps. I'm not sure about a lot of the big bumps that everybody took on this show, but the big bumps that the girls take, the KOD on the floor or whatever, and teasing the count out. But, they had a good match, and finally they were going back and forth, and Bianca pretty suddenly, and I was surprised at this till I saw the afterbirth, but pretty suddenly hit that Spanish fly off the top rope, and then the KOD in the ring, boom, 1, 2, 3. And boom, and it was a really good match, but then they hugged. And I'm thinking, well, Becky is a gracious heel. And then all of a sudden, here hits the music, and out comes Bayley and Dakota Kai and the former Io Shirai that's now Io Sky.
Well, no, I think it's different spelling, but it's still Io. And instead of Shirai, it's Sky. So Io Sky.
Well, you owe Sky, he owes Sky, everybody owes Sky some money. He's too frivolous with his finances. But anyway, so they come out and they're going to confront Bianca. And help me now. Bayley, last time we saw her, was she a babyface or a heel? It's been a year. She's been out with an injury.
I couldn't remember before you and I talked here when the last time I saw her was. I guess it was about a year ago. I think she was kind of doing the entertaining but crazy heel thing. Remember, wasn't she like walking through the crowd at WrestleMania the last time we saw her?
But then Io Shirai, I thought, was a babyface. We haven't seen her in a while. Dakota Kai lost her mind and went crazy where she was talking to herself or having a split personality or something, didn't she? We haven't seen these ladies in a while, but out they come and they confront Bianca, and their Becky, now we know why she was such a gracious heel, steps right up next to Bianca and is like, well, if you're going to mess with her, you got to mess with me too. So now apparently Becky's a babyface. Big time Bex. Now she's going to have to be humble Bex.
Nah, she'll be the same and she'll sell even more merch.
Oh, well, because she was like immensely popular a few years ago, and then they brought her back as a heel, and we were like, why is that?
And remember, they brought her back as a heel a year ago, and she surprised Bianca. The fans were outraged that Bianca didn't get a fair shot. They brought Becky back and right away gave her the title. So in terms of actual storyline, it's kind of neat that this ran a year. And Bianca finally gets her victory, and the heel says, all right, you got me, and they forget about any bad things that have happened, and they hug, and it was the Becky babyface turn.
Becky babyface. Rubber baby buggy bumpers.
Becky babyface. That could be her new thing.
Bianca and Becky are baby faces. But anyway, and Bayley, you didn't even remember, because I mentioned this to you before we went on the air, but I said what a year ago, either before or after she got hurt the last time. I said, she's a great promo. She may be one of the best female promos in the business. And she ought to, after her in-ring career winds down, whenever that may be, she ought to be a manager. She could be like a J.J. Dillon type in the suit with the top girls and represent them, because many of the top girls are not necessarily great orators. So possibly she's Bayley is transitioning. You heard it here first. From wrestler to manager.
Well, we don't know about that. This is the first time we've seen her in a while, and I will say, as a mouthpiece, certainly could help Io Shirai. Dakota Kai could talk a little bit, but Bayley is really good. I guess the bigger story here, maybe, is the fact that this happened. Here's the opening match, Bianca versus Becky. Fantastic match. Let me just sum it up by saying I thought it was tremendous. Really, really good. As good as it gets for women wrestling. I mean, they're great, these two.
All right, down, boy. I need to throw a bucket of cold water on you.
I shit on all the bad stuff so much that when you actually see something good, it's like, okay, things can be good. But when when Bayley came out, followed by, who was next? Io Sky, then followed by Dakota Kai, made me think about the fact that right now we have Sasha Banks and Naomi sitting at home. These three women were all products of Paul Levesque's NXT, and all of a sudden they're back on the show.
Yeah.
What do you think this says? We heard they want to make some kind of statement or various statements with this show, the first of the new era, the first pay-per-view of the new era. And all of a sudden we see three faces we haven't seen in a while that are closely associated with the former NXT.
Well, I'm sure that their relationship under the Triple H regime probably didn't hurt any, but also they want to shock people, or they want to shake people up, or they wanted surprises, they wanted conversation, water cooler talk, as they used to say. This was part of it. I don't think this was a major, we'll get to the major shit later on, but at the same time, they might also be showing Sasha and Naomi, well, there's a lot of girls on the roster, and these girls are having fun here. So, we've heard they want to make amends some kind of way. If it was Vince that they had the falling out with, or Vince that they had the argument with about creative, when they walked out, then now that he's gone, maybe they're more open to discussing things. We don't know what Triple H's personal relationship with Sasha or Naomi is. However, we do know that Sasha probably has a lot more options than Naomi does. But at the same time, it doesn't hurt. It fits in, showing these girls are back. It fits in with, hey, here's surprises. You never know who's going to show back up. We're going to really dress this thing up. But also it shows the girls sitting home, well, we got a bunch more girls here,
But do you agree? Tremendous match?
Yes. Excellent match. I will go as far as say excellent. I don't know about tremendous. Where is it in where does it go? Excellent, tremendous, stem winder, Donnybrook? What is that, the scale?
It's not my scale, but if you want to use that scale, that could be your new star system.
There you go. A tremendous, stem winder, Donnybrook, and fiasco. All right. The next match started a trend. Have you noticed that the celebrities and folks from other sports on SummerSlam were more accomplished professional wrestlers than half the roster in AEW?
I know who trained McAfee, but whoever trained Logan Paul deserves a world of credit. This guy has more natural ability than almost anyone I've ever seen in there.
He gets it. And I mean, this is his second match, right?
The second match we've seen with him, yeah. Tag match and now a singles match.
And Miz comes out, of course, with Maurice, because I guess she's the co-star of Miz and Mizriz
on
the reality TV network. Yeah.
It's his wife. That's why she's the co-star.
Yeah. And that's why they call it Miz and Mizriz. And he also came out with Ciampa, who the standout of NXT has been reduced to a, flunky corner man. But Logan Paul, he looks better physically than Miz. But I've been hard on Miz, but I'll give credit to him here. Because Logan Paul is taking this seriously. He is obviously working hard and has obviously trained hard. And he does moves well, but he's still green. And Miz is putting up with a lot to put him where he needs to be, to put up with the stiffness. I'm not talking about a stiff potato punch. I'm talking about a stiff, you want to take an arm, it's like a table leg. You want to turn a guy, he doesn't know instinctively or intuitively which way to go or how to flow with it, so you're having to move him around. So, herky-jerky body movements. That's what Miz is putting up with, and he shepherded this thing, obviously, in the ring. But Logan Paul, he gets it, and he seems to get selling. He wasn't just going down and laying there with his face down. He was screaming in pain, or he was looking up with facials. I mean, obviously, he's not fucking Jack Briscoe after 2 matches, but excellent job and great potential to do more, to get better, if he's going to be around for a while with this contract. In the middle, I guess toward the end, when they did the spot with Ciampa, where the referee saw him, it had started, Logan Paul had made a bit of a comeback, which was okay, and then it started dragging, and then Ciampa jumps up and is like he's going to go for Logan Paul, but the referee turns around and sees him and tries to eject him. And Ciampa just gets a chair at ringside and sits down in the chair and won't leave, says, "Fuck you, make me." And here comes, suddenly, AJ Styles' music plays. And again, I know that since he wasn't working on the show, well, here's an added surprise of a star. We love AJ down here in Nashville, but his music starts playing, and both guys in the match are now just, they have to lay there and sell. And AJ, obviously, somebody realized the run-in from the back of the stadium would have been ridiculous, so he came off the ringside barrier from the back, but he beat up Ciampa, and they fight off. They fought off, Brian.
Hey, if this leads to Ciampa getting matches with AJ Styles, that's a step up for him.
I don't think that's what it's going to be. I think it just led to, we want everybody to get to see AJ and get rid of Ciampa, and that's where that was brought in, but it hurt the match, in my opinion. I don't think they needed it. I think, they, except to get AJ Styles out there in front of the people, this was not necessary, and it derailed the momentum of what Miz and Logan Paul have been doing. But then Logan Paul comes back and hits AJ's forearm off the springboard, and they both go to the floor, and Logan Paul's clearing the top of the desk off and puts Miz on the desk and goes to the fucking top and jumps off, what was that, 20 feet? Easily. Goddamn. Again, I hate shit like this because it's the same thing as Shane used to do and the same thing that Cactus had to do on a lot of big shows. What are we going to do to top it, right? But, goddamn, it was beautiful. Frog splash off the top rope through the announcer's desk with obviously Miz on top of it. And he hit him right. So, I mean, again, kudos to Miz for laying there while this guy that's had a match and a half in his life comes from 20 feet in the fucking air and blasts you through a table, and then they live. So these things, as much as they're big show spots now. And they used to be angles. You used to do the most physically impressive or dangerous looking or deadly thing as the angle that then somebody would come back and have a match over. Now they do all the same kind of angles, shit in the angles, and they do the big move when people have already paid to see the match. But it looked great, but it wasn't, not only was it not the finish, but goddamn, Logan Paul then covers Miz, and Maurice has pulled the referee, so there's no count. And Logan Paul goes to get the referee, and Miz, who is just, like I said, got splashed by a 200-something pound man 20 feet in the air through this table, is up and aware and gets the gimmick. What was the Pokemon card with the chain on it, right? I would have a feeling they've probably taken the real $1 million card off, or was that what it was? Or I could.
It was spoofing that. I think it ended up being something else that the Miz had made, but it was a spoof.
Okay, it was a spoof. Okay, the point is, I'm like, I heard him say the chain of that card. He loves the Pokemon card, whatever the fuck. But Miz has the wherewithal to get up, get a gimmick, and then charge and swing at Logan Paul, who ducks, and Miz almost hits Maurice. That at least would have been a heck of a little pop there. If he'd have pickled Maurice off the apron, and then Logan Paul would have schoolboyed him, but he almost hits Maurice, and then Logan Paul hits the, what do they call it, the skull-crushing finale, Dennis Condrey's full Nelson facebuster that Miz has prostituted and appropriated. Logan Paul does it to him, boom, 1, 2, 3. Again, besides
winning over the room.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they weren't liking him much on TV the last few weeks, old Logan, but no, they had to, that effort and execution had to get over with people, and it did with me, except for, like I said, the splash, and then they're just, that was a spot, and they're continuing on. It was so fucking good. And also, I think Miz should have picked one. They're married, so he's allowed to hit her, right, on TV.
Well, I'm pretty sure they don't want to do that, but.
Well, no, but
you're not allowed to hit. No, it's not like you're married to someone so you're allowed to hit them. That's not how it works.
But that's the pop of that spot. The heel comes with the gimmick while the other heel has the goddamn babyface distracted, but the babyface moves. Boom, nail her. She flies. And then the heel in the ring turns around into the deal. If you're a married couple and you're working, then he should be allowed to hit her on TV because there wouldn't be any ill will.
I don't know if that's exactly how it works, but also she had her tits hanging out. She wasn't going to take a bump.
Well, why was she wearing that if she didn't want the tits to be waving in the wind, flapping in the breeze, whatever?
I'm not sure. And, before I say anything about Logan Paul, I just want to say The Miz is really good. I've come to really appreciate him. For all the guys that kind of do the hokey WWE style, it works a little more with him because he's so douchey. And he's pretty consistent.
With his douchiness or what?
With you know what? We've seen him in several things now where the build up to the match, there's a couple things that are okay. And I can't even cite the specific things, which is sad. And then we see the match, like, you know what? It's all right. He was really good in there. I like him and Maurice as a little couple doing stuff more than some of the other people they've used.
I like Maurice's little couple better than both of them together as a little couple.
Logan Paul is so talented. He's under contract. I think long term, he could be one of the best heels they have because people are going to love to boo him. And if he can get his brother involved, even better. I can't say too much else about this. This was 2 matches in. I love the show so far. I was so impressed with Logan Paul. And physically, he's a big guy without looking too muscular. Like a hawk off the gas or something. Just he's
Rick Rudish.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's a way to look at it.
He's long. He's got abs. He's got a thin body, but at the same time, he's muscular and he's got reach and etc. So he's in shape, but of a thinner description rather than a big jacked up bodybuilder.
Who trained him? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. But he's had to have some idea of this on his own. He sees kind of what this is supposed to be.
Well, that's one of the things, I guess. You can have all the training you want. If you don't get it in your head, you're not going to get it.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. That's the thing is some people, especially people from other sports, that it just doesn't translate, the idea of suddenly throwing out a lot of things that you've learned about competition and instead working together. But, it comes with anybody, really. You either get in your head what this is supposed to look like and your body kind of goes naturally with it, or elsewise you see the people who just don't ever fucking get it. And you can tell those a mile away. Oh, boy.
Where do we go from here? 2 matches in. Were you enjoying the show?
So far, so good, because, again, it's moving along. The matches are good. There's some level of interest, not only from the people, but from me. So things are moving along swimmingly. And then I see the first one that I actually was looking forward to seeing, my boy Theory, for the U.S. title, Bobby Lashley and Theory. And I'm wondering if basically, after seeing the entirety of this show, if Vince being gone is detrimental to one guy particularly. Because Theory, was there a popcorn vendor available to kick the shit out of him before he left the building? Because everybody else did.
We've been saying it now on the show for 3 weeks, just based off the TV. This is now the pay-per-view. But I don't know if it's as simple as Vince isn't there to protect him and Vince's people aren't protecting him, or what it could be. Again, Triple H signed him to NXT originally, but it certainly seems like they're trying to teach him a lesson or something.
Well, and that's the thing is, Theory seems to me to be more like a guy that Triple H would like, his work and his overall presentation, than Vince would, because Theory struck me when I first saw him as an incredibly natural worker who does mentally know and see in his head what this shit's supposed to look like, and his body does go with the flow, mentally, without having to sit and study on it, and he gets the little things and a blah, blah, blah. He's a natural worker. You would think Triple H would be fired up more about him than Vince would, and since Vince has been gone, people have just been wailing the fuck out of Theory. Just beating him like a rented mule. So, and this was no different. And before the bell, Lashley's up on the turnbuckles, and Theory comes from behind and just wears him out with the briefcase, right? And in front of the referee, who does nothing, because now they've got a thing in all the companies, apparently, where if the fucking heel jumps the babyface, or even if they just get in a fight, but especially when the heel jumps the babyface, that used to be the jump start, the bell would ring, and here they go with the match. Well, now, because some idiot in modern wrestling said, well, wait a minute. If we don't ring the bell, then the heel can do all this dirty stuff, but the referee can't disqualify him because the match hasn't started yet. So now, instead of a jump start and a bell, and we kick off with some action and a grudge match, it's the heel jumps the babyface, beats the holy shit out of him, does numerous illegal things that would qualify as a goddamn disqualification, but it can't be a DQ because the referee hadn't rung the bell yet. So then, imagine this in any other kind of sport, competition, endeavor, or anything. Once the guy's had the shit kicked out of him by his opponent, and then the referee will, and the opponent just stops, then the referee will ask the guy that's had the shit kicked out of him, well, you want to go through with this? And if he says yes, the referee rings the bell, and then they start the match from there. When did they come up with, has this been the last 5 years or so?
I guess
so. Started seeing this?
I don't know when we first saw it. I guess the question is, if you could do all that stuff before the match and it doesn't count towards the match, would it count towards criminal prosecution if it's happening before an actual match?
One would think. Or at least it would cause the referee to call off the goddamn match and potentially fine or suspend the heel for doing that.
I saw that happen once at the WCW show at the Paramount in 93, the first show they had ever done at the Paramount outside of Madison Square Garden, or attached to Madison Square Garden. And they had Chris Benoit versus Ron Simmons. And they came out there, and for like 2 minutes, they had the place finally going crazy. And the New York State Athletic Commission called off the match. Because of
why? What?
The brawling around ringside.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, this match was not called off, but I wish it had been for Theory's sake, because Theory gets all over Lashley for about a minute, gets some heat, and then Lashley makes a big comeback. And Theory bails to the floor and gets his briefcase and goes to walk out, but Lashley blocks him in the aisle, is right there in front of him, beats him up some more on the floor. And every time Theory would start doing something, Lashley would fight back, hits him with a big power slam, goes for a spear. Theory leapfrogs over Lashley, who hits the turnbuckle. And Theory jumps out and goes for the rolling drop kick, and Lashley just catches him in a press and drops him into the hurt lock. And Theory taps instantly. And the point was made, I believe, by one of the announcers. Well, he knew he couldn't get out. He's saving himself for later. Where later he'd come out and got the shit kicked out of him again. But that's the thing. This was the shortest match. Maybe either this or Liv and Ronda. This seemed very short. Theory beat the hell out of the babyface with a metal briefcase, and the babyface came back to fucking handle him easily. Theory got little offense in the match, and what he did get was quickly shrugged off, and then he was tapped out in seconds by the babyface's fucking finish. And all of that might have been the old style way of making Lashley look good, and then Theory's going to come out and cash in and actually win the fucking belt. But spoiler, that didn't happen. So
did he officially cash in?
No. He didn't get
because he handed it to the referee, and then he got hit, and the referee took the case, but that's not cashing it in.
Well, no, because I think the announcer made the point. He was about to tell the referee he was cashing in, but he got blasted before he had the chance. But he may have cashed in his chips. He may be going to the big poker table in the sky. But yeah, so as a match, it was what it was. Lashley has needed rehabilitation since that embarrassing business with old Almost, but this is not the way to get a young guy like Theory over by, yes, he does have a cheesy grin, and yes, he does get that annoying, obnoxious heel heat, but you can't make him look like a completely ineffective, feckless individual at every turn physically when his shit looks so good and he's got the tools to be a star. What'd you think?
This was one of those matches, I can't explain it, and it may not be fair, but ever since Bobby Lashley turned back babyface, he's kind of lost anything that was special.
He's out there all by himself, isn't he?
It's not resonating with me. I've hated the way, and I've been vocal about it, I've hated the way they booked Theory for the last 3 weeks to a month. I kind of expected this to be the finish because there's nothing that would have led you to believe that they would do anything else with the guy.
Well, anyway, so next on the SummerSlam agenda, the newly revamped, I can't say improved, revamped Judgment Day took on the Mysterios. Dominic and his father Ray in a no disqualification match. Lazy booking. But in this case, it was not as offensive as a no DQ match would be in AEW because they really just had a match. And then they did sports entertainment at the end, right? But just watching Finn Balor and Damian Priest with Rhea Ripley walk down the aisleway, 2/3 of that picture is fucking fantastic. And Finn Balor looks like, as I've mentioned, an Irish Richie Cunningham. And Edge was so good in this picture. So now we don't have no Edge no more in the Judgment Day, which was the point of the whole thing. So as a group, they're kind of bleh. But I would love to see Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley continue together in some fashion, whether he's seconding her or in her matches or she's seconding him or whatever. But, I mean, Finn Balor's a great in-ring technician. He's been there forever. We've seen what we're going to see. He's not a great orator, nor does this fit him in any way to me. I don't know. Am I just being too hard on this because I miss my Edge?
I don't think Finn Balor is a fit or was a fit. And again, we heard that Edge didn't want to be a part of any supernatural stuff, and that's why he left. And we really haven't seen too much supernatural stuff. Did you see the thing on Raw where she, kidnapped, not kidnapped, but she grabbed Dominic Mysterio out of a room full of people just in front of everyone? She just grabbed him and took him.
And carried him away. And it was the highlight was in this package also, or the package before this match, but I was struggling to figure out, was that something because Dominic is not supposed to hit a woman or be physical with a woman, or I don't know what, but it looked like she just picked him up and carried him away and he was not struggling to get away. I wouldn't struggle to get away from her either. What the hell?
But I don't know if you saw the rest of the room. They were celebrating Ray's anniversary at WWE. So his wife, his daughter, other family members, men, women, packed room. She just walks in there and takes Dominic Mysterio, a grown man, in front of all these people. I couldn't stop laughing when I watched it.
But anyway, in this match, I got to be honest. This is the best I've seen Dominic look. And Ray was looking like he was trying to work like the old days. Maybe they've realized that they've been getting beaten like a dirty rug in springtime for the past number of months. And but the match was good. All four guys looked fine. Like I said, Dominic, best he's been. Damian Priest looks like a star. I'm ambivalent about both teams because, as we mentioned, Ray and Dominic just have an odd couple looking thing, and they've been treated like such cannon fodder for so long, and the change in the team, so it was okay, it was good. There's nothing wrong with it. Mysterios go to hit a double 619 and Rhea Ripley trips them both, and that's again, wasn't that where she did something to Dominic? She picked him up and just fucking threw him away. And somehow Finn Balor in the ring calls for it. Give me a chair, and suddenly the lights go out. And music plays and shit catches on fire, and I thought it was Kane, but it was Edge. Edge is back, and he runs to the ring, and here comes the sports entertainment, because now this match was going on, and everybody was involved in it. And everybody's, going through their various things, and suddenly the music plays, the lights go out, Edge starts running from what, Brian, in that stadium? Was that 200 yards to get to the ring?
Oh, yeah, that was a long way.
Okay, the Mysterios just roll out of the ring and disappear in the middle of their match, their fight. And Edge hits the ring and beats up both the heels real quick to big pop. Boom, boom, boom. Rolls out of the ring. The Mysterios reappear suddenly, and Ray pins Balor. So it was a sports entertainment type of deal, but the people loved it because that was what they wanted to see, and Edge came back and babyfaces won. So that was what it was. But being the old performer in me, I'm trying to put myself in the position, or the people I've managed or worked against in the position where somebody would have told us and this happens constantly now, going into our finish of our tag team match. Okay, you hit a body slam on him and he's going to roll out and just hide. And then you go hide, and two of the members of the match will just be on the floor hiding behind the apron of the ring while these other two guys go through sometimes a couple minutes of spots. My asshole would shudder at what that looks like to the live fans. Because, yeah, you can shoot around them on TV. I'm still looking for them because they're part of the fucking match. And we're going to get to another example of this later on, but people disappear, and it's not just WWE, sports entertainment. It's AEW, it's everybody now. They think that's a thing. And like I said, you can shoot around it on TV, but for the live people in the stadium, you've even seen fan camera videos with the cell phones where the guy's just laying down there on the mat underneath the ring apron where they can't be seen by the camera, just whiling away the hours that make up a dull day. I couldn't have done that, nor could I have fucking let anybody I worked with do that. That's got to kill the thing live. But anyway, I'm going on and on about that, but it drives me crazy. What'd you think?
I thought it was an all right match. I thought Dominic Mysterio, like you said, he wasn't especially bad or anything. You know, he's so likable. He comes out there and he's got a smile on his face, and you can tell it probably really means a lot. He's doing this with his dad.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to shit on this guy. It really is. He's won me over as a human being just based on how he is on camera. The Edge thing I thought was really bad because they shot it bad. They shot it so it looked really cheap. You didn't just see him pop
he was
up.
Coming down like 8 stairs that, you would see at a wedding hall or something.
Yeah, the only other time I've seen anything that ridiculous is when they gave Cody the pop-up through the stage entrance when they had no stage. So they had to concoct like an 8-foot stage. But it's one thing to see Edge pop up and then walk down the stairs and you're just looking at him. They showed you the whole apparatus. You saw like the back of it. You saw just fire shooting out of random things. It didn't look impressive. Maybe it did in the building, but they shot it, I thought, really poorly. And now this is, in the year and a half or so since he's returned, the 3rd or 4th iteration of Edge we've seen.
Thank God he can grow hair quickly. Because he grows it, he cuts it, he shaves it, he lets it grow long.
Dyes it. It's been various colors.
Dyes it. Yeah, I wish they'd have left him alone. But nevertheless, so that was that. But now we move on to the next round of celebrity wrestling with our next prodigy, Pat McAfee. Jesus Christ. He even made Baron von Corbin palatable to me. And again, how many has he had now? Is this his 3rd match? Or 4th?
4th, maybe?
Again, it shouldn't be this way, but he had a ton of ring time, as we mentioned a few years ago. He had a ring in his barn in Indianapolis and had Rip Rogers coming up to give him personal training. So we know he's got it.
You can have all the training in the world. His coordination is out of control. Some of the things he was able to save while standing on the rope, well, it was incredible.
Because he has that vertical leap. And what was it? That one time he leaped up, to do a superplex and got his knees on the top rope instead of the feet and managed still to stand up on it and do it. And then the time he was on the top rope toward the end, he was going to do the dive off and teeter-tottered on the top rope and saved that and did his thing perfect. But it's not all about the stunts with McAfee, though, because he's a personality. And he knows how to talk a fight up, and he knows how to hype shit. And he's got energy, and he's got a personality. And again, in his head mentally, he knows how this shit's supposed to work and how it's supposed to look. But he's always throwing in the athletic stuff. He's like if Shane McMahon had been a professional athlete. Just the backflip off the top rope where he can land on his feet, but the guy shoves him and he backflips and lands on his feet. He shows that he can do that, but it's not just, he's not just doing it to do a backflip. He's countering the offensive move that the guys hit him with. But again, McAfee better after 4 matches than half the AEW roster and most everybody on the independents. And Corbin's work, I gotta be honest, his work is not rotten, but his gimmick is, and that makes up for it. And I think that's why if he had looked in any way more visually appealing and had been in any way a serious person instead of this whole fucking happy Corbin nonsense since we've started watching this, he might be more palatable. He's not silly when he's fighting, at least. But anyway, and Michael Cole, what'd you think about your boy Michael Cole on this show?
I think he sucks. I don't care if Vince is there or not. He's not good at this. He just screams the whole night, just nonstop screaming.
I liked him.
Nothing sounds natural ever.
He's McAfee's broadcast partner, and when Corbin had him down there on the floor getting heat on him and on the announce desk, and then Corbin shoves Michael Cole, and he got indignant. Take your hands. Don't touch me. Get the hell off of me. The announcers have to be happier without Vince in their ear. See, that's a thing that I never had to experience. He started doing that about, 6 months or a year after I left there and stopped doing their television and came to OVW. So thank God I never had to experience it. But anyway, that spot where McAfee went to the top rope, Corbin's on the floor, and he's going to come off the top. He almost slipped. He teeter-tottered. He got it back. But he did a forward flip head first onto Corbin and pretty much bounced off Corbin and landed almost head first on the floor. I'm pretty sure Rip Rogers didn't teach him that. But I would avoid trying to just go head first off the top rope to the floor if I was Pat. But then Corbin runs into the referee and bumps him just slightly so that he turns around and McAfee kicks him in the balls to pay him back for what Corbin did to him on TV the other night. And then I don't know whether that was supposed to be a sunset flip off the turnbuckle, a Canadian destroyer, or whatever it was, but McAfee hit him with it. He got him 1, 2, 3. And that was the most I've ever enjoyed old Baron von Corbin. But McAfee is, I could watch him on a regular basis. He ain't bad.
He just needs a better outfit in the ring.
Well, we can't all be fashion.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you just have to wear something resembling an outfit you would wrestle in. He wears the same outfit when he's on commentary, when he's in the ring. I swear to God, he must wear the same shirt every time we see him.
He's got the Don Fargo Hell's Angels gimmick, where they just ride up on their motorcycle, come in, wrestle, and leave without changing clothes.
I don't know. Steve Jobs wore a uniform every day, but I think McAfee is incredibly impressive. And if you go back to when they made him the commentator, you and I both said, why? If you finally got this guy, use him for something else. He was great as a heel. Now he's a babyface. He's incredibly athletic. He gets it in the ring. I think he's being wasted on commentary unless he just doesn't want to. And I guess he has enough successful ventures that may be it. He just doesn't want to be a full-time wrestler.
Well, and
whatever that means nowadays.
Yeah, full-time once a week. Holy shit. Where's my spare time gone? Actually, I'm not minding it now. At first, I was like, yeah, like you. Jesus Christ, this guy's so good. Why don't they want him in the ring? But there aren't that many good color guys that bring the personality he brings. And if they keep, instead of making him one of the boys, if they keep his matches special, then besides the fact that he's got more money than the federal government probably, with all of his other shit going on, and doesn't want to get beat up at his age on a regular basis, even once or twice a week, and doesn't have to, this may keep it a little bit more special. But then they've got to, they got to watch out for the opposite problem, where if you bring him back too often to wrestle from being an announcer, does that take the edge off his matches? But right now it's still special. And why should he let these knuckleheads beat shit out of him on a regular basis? So I can see where he's coming from.
All right.
All the way from Indiana.
Well, let's see where he's going.
Well, he wasn't going to be the referee of the next match. How did they bring Jeff Jarrett out to the ring to that horrible, canned, generic country? That's not even country. That is it was an instrumental parody of generic, non-licensable country music. He did a fucking song for them that was a big major part of the angle. Or they're in Nashville, Tennessee. But not only the executive vice president of live events, but their special referee and a member of the Hall of Fame comes out in his hometown to goddamn elevator music. Did you hear that?
Look, I don't think he was going to get a big pop one way or another, but that was the worst possible music they could have used for him. They have so many different options. That was certainly the music that would guarantee no one was going to react.
That was music in Nashville and like you said, they weren't going to throw babies in the air. My God, Jeff, he's been off TV for a while. But that was music to be played for a local fucking car dealer sponsor to come out and fucking wave at people. It's like everybody was going, what the fuck is this music?
To come out and walk slowly 200 yards to the ring.
Yes, yeah. Oh, boy. All right, the Usos and the Street Party. I do not get either of these teams as teams. I'm not getting the Usos work. I think they do a number of great athletic things. I think their work is fairly awkward. I think that the two members of Street Party, Private Profits, I think they're both individually good athletes, especially Montez Ford. I don't particularly see a lot of great tag team, charisma between them two, or really see what I call great work, great physical work. So from these two teams who it seems like interact every week on television for the last 4 months, I mean, they started out establishing Jeff's authority as a referee early because he didn't take any shit from either team. They didn't break on a count of 5, so he'd pull them out. And then, of course, within the first 2 minutes, the heels get a couple of cheap shots behind his back. But the match started out with the pace of a fucking crippled snail. And I didn't see a lot of the fans necessarily hanging on everything that happened. I notated that they had some great aerial shots of the stadium. At one point, there was the worst simultaneous cold tags in history, where Dawkins, I guess, hit the tag to Ford, and Ford, nobody popped at all because they thought he missed it, because Dawkins dove by and slapped Ford's hand, and Ford stood there leaning over the top rope, getting ready to do his move that the heel had to come and charge in. He didn't acknowledge that he got the tag, and nobody saw it because it's in a fucking giant stadium. But they were simultaneous cold tags. And then, boom, 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 Ford made his comeback. And this is where both partners disappeared. Did you notice this? For minutes, Ford and one of the Usos were doing a single match. And then, when it's time for the heels to tag, finally the other heel's up there and the heels tag, and then Ford's partner reappears magically, and he tags. And it wouldn't end because they were going into more shit. And so I said, fuck it, and went to the finish, and the Usos beat Dawkins. Your thoughts?
I did not care too much for this. I just don't have any interest in the WWE tag team division right now. And these two teams have been kind of having matches, and we keep saying they wrestle all the time and then they wrestle again. I left the room for a little bit, so I didn't see too much of it.
Well, there you go.
Seriously, why would anyone care? If you watch their TV every week, you've seen these teams. It feels like you've seen these teams go at it nonstop. Adding Jeff as the referee here, if you wanted it to mean something, the way they built that up, it didn't mean too much on TV, I don't think.
And in the finish, he caught a super kick. And that was pretty much it. I don't mean catch one, I mean actually caught the foot.
That's what happened to the wrestling business. It caught its super kick. But anyway, yeah, nothing else to add to that.
And here's the thing. I've said it before. I'll say it again. So it's all in one place here. With the Usos, I think they're great as Roman Reigns' flunkies. But when Roman Reigns' single opponent, like a Brock Lesnar or a Bobby Lashley or whoever it is at the time, kicks the shit out of both of the Usos because they're Roman Reigns' stooges, but then they come back and they're having the tag team title match because they're the tag team champions, that does not compute. One or the other, both can't be true at the same time. Did you see the shot between matches here of Tennessee's own? Actually, he's not from Tennessee, but since they ran him out of Michigan, he's purchased one of the gimmick restaurants down on Broadway or down in the downtown district in Nashville. Kid Rock, he made news because he was trying to get away from the goddamn mask mandates. It is because he's a right-wing fucking repugnant lunatic. And they still try to act like he's somebody in the music business or has a fucking career or is not as big a piece of shit as Ted Nugent. Every time he's around a WWE event, they got to show him on camera. But he was sitting in the front row with 60s TV character actress Barbara Pepper. Did you see her? The
That was
Barbara, the first Doris Ziffel on Green Acres. That was Barbara Pepper. Look, Google her, kids, not the 30s pictures, but the pictures from the 60s. And then Kid Rock and Barbara Pepper, a.k.a. Doris Ziffel, start fucking French kissing like anteaters on camera because he's got to. And then he did a double fucking flip the bird to the camera because he's such a, a classy character. And they had to fucking black out the screen for like 5 seconds on their. They can't even trust one of their celebrity ringside guests to be camera friendly for 5 seconds. He's fucking sticking his tongue down Arnold Ziffel's fucking mother's throat and flipping a double birds. Piece of shit. Fuck you, Kid Rock, and all your goddamn music you ripped off from other people because all you are is a fucking phony. You're not even a goddamn real trashy redneck. You come from money. Fucking phony piece of shit. All right, continuing. Matt Riddle. I'm sorry, just Riddle. He lost his. You think they'll get their names back? We haven't heard yet. Riddle comes to the ring. He's not medically cleared, but he calls Seth Rollins out. Here comes Seth. Here come the agents. They get a fight in the hallway or the hallway. And then they fight in the ring and Seth curb stomps him and walks off. Why did they pull this match off of SummerSlam? Because Riddle is not really, from what we're hearing, he's not really hurt. They're saying he is, but he's not. And they had already advertised this for SummerSlam, and then they said, we'll not do it. So they hurt him in gimmick. What the fuck's going on here?
I'm not sure why. And again, like you said, they made it sound like there was an injury that led to this. It's an angle. There was no injury, and then they did this angle, and it went nowhere, and it just ended. I thought it was going to lead to someone coming out and wrestling Rollins, or somehow Riddle gets better, which would have been impossible. But that didn't happen either. The only other thing I could think of, and certainly there are other matches it could have replaced, but maybe, and I can't take fault with this, maybe they said we don't want this show to go too long, so let's not have another match.
But goddamn, they announce.
I agree with you. I mean, this isn't the way I would have done it.
When you announce a match of that magnitude with two of their bigger names, then if that's the case, tell the Usos and the Street Profits to fucking go to the pre-show or whatever. I don't know. I'll tell you what I do know. We got to Ronda Rousey and Liv Morgan next, and I'm thinking, okay. I'm thinking Becky and Bianca was great. I'm thinking Miz and Logan Paul exceeded expectations. I'm thinking Lashley and Theory was good what they did, just not for poor Theory. I'm thinking the Mysterios was better than we thought it was going to be. And McAfee and Corbin, well, that exceeded expectations on a celebrity match. And then we've already talked about the Usos and the Party Profits. So I figured this could be the stinker. But they kept it short. And the finish was brilliant. So besides the fact that they tried to have a match where you were made to believe that Liv Morgan could hang with the girl who was at one point legitimately the baddest woman on the planet. When they came out, Ronda Rousey is neither, as we've mentioned before, as over nor as excited to be there as she once was. And you can feel that. And Liv Morgan comes out. I know they're trying to push her, but the fucking belt is as big as she is. Did you see that? It was like she was straining to get to the ring with that thing on her. So it looked like a girl from reform school beating up a Girl Scout. And, you know, so besides the finish, I kind of zoned out. But in the finish, Rousey gets a triangle armbar on Liv Morgan. And there was referee Rudy Charles from TNA, my old friend Rudy. They call him by his real name now. Did you notice the referees have names now? Some of them?
There was a referee who I've never even noticed before, and they used his name earlier in the show. And I said, oh, that's the first time I've ever heard his name. So I did notice it.
Well, anyway, so another positive change. Referees are allowed to be people.
Now, this was not a problem Vince had when you were there. The referees couldn't be named, or was it?
No. We named them all the time. And I don't know where it came from. This is a thing from, 10 years ago or whatever. But anyway, Ronda gets triangle armbar on Liv, and Rudy Charles goes down to count Ronda's shoulders, because Ronda's shoulders are down while she's got the armbar on Liv. But 1, 2, 3, he counts her down, and people start booing, and Ronda's like, what the fuck? And they go back and look at camera angles, and you see that when Ronda had Liv in the armbar, while the referee was counting at the count of 2, Liv tapped out on Ronda's feet, but the referee didn't see it because he was looking at the shoulders. So Liv actually tapped out before the 3 count. So the referee screwed up, obviously in gimmick, but that was a brilliant finish, and they timed it perfectly. So, because of that, Ronda decided to fucking jump Liv and put the fucking armbar back on her, and when the referee tried to separate him, then she grabbed Rudy Charles and put the fucking armbar on him, and has apparently switched full-fledged heel, because why wouldn't she? Because that's where she's more natural, and I think that's the way the people are leaning to begin with. After the initial, yay, there's Ronda Rousey, then she's not the belle of the ball with the fans that she once was, right? So maybe this is going in the right direction.
Yeah, plus Becky turned face. It makes sense they have Ronda turn heel the same night. Keep the baby faces and heel locker rooms even, I guess.
Well, you gotta have some evenness. You can't have those odd ducks. You can't have 7 heels and 5 baby faces. You gotta have 6 and 6, make it even.
The best we could hope for right now is whatever frustration she's feeling or thinking, someone tells her to put that into her promos, and she goes out there and starts spitting fire as a heel, but I don't know if that'll happen.
I don't know if she's ever going to spit fire verbally, or spit verbal fire. or be a fire-breathing dragon, but she could certainly have some more oomph in her physicality. Nevertheless, the next match, the main event, the one we were all waiting for, and you're waiting, Brian, because I have not even given you any indication of what I thought of this thing. And I know you and I know all the Cult of Cornette members out there are going, what the fuck is Cornette going to say about Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam, the main event, the match, the myth, the legend, whatever? Do you think I liked it or not?
I don't know, because I think there are elements of it you really like. I think the fact that it looks like they may have actually finished this off for a while, you may have liked. The use of some of the gimmicks, I could see you having a problem with. However, my thought was it was such a spectacle. I was about to say a spectacular spectacle. It was such a spectacle, the likes of which I've never seen a visual like that before around wrestling. Sometimes that could be a bad thing. In this case, I really loved it, and I thought maybe you would see it the same way.
And you're wrong. I did not see it the same way. I saw it a different way. And I both loved and hated it at the same time. This was absolutely the worst pro wrestling match for a world championship ever. And it was the greatest piece of business I've ever seen to re-energize the excommunicated Attitude Era fan to actually want to watch this company and see what the fuck they're doing. At the same time, the match was rotten, but this wasn't about a match. This was about proving we can still do shit that people go holy shit about. And that they did. So, because we even talked about this on what the experience. They said they're going to make a big creative splash. Well, there's no free agents to sign. And you can't turn somebody babyface or heel anymore because that happens. I mean, to make a big splash, you do it. It happens all the time. That's why it's not a real big splash, except every great once in a while. You can't, set anybody else on fire. We've done that. You can't fucking run people over with goddamn vehicles. We've done that. So how do they recreate the chaos and the spontaneity and the excitement and the unpredictability of the last time that people were really interested in this shit? And this was their version of Stone Cold Steve Austin and the beer truck. And yes, it was also a creative way to beat Brock Lesnar again and still make him look like the goddamn Frankenstein monster. But more importantly, I think it was something that they said, okay, and they've got the money and they got the special effects team and they've got, it's all in the budget. Imagine if, 30 or 40 years ago, if any wrestling promotion had to try to do shit like this to get people talking, they'd all been out of business because nobody had the budget or the know-how. But for what they wanted, which was to tell not only their current fans, but the excommunicated fans, the lapsed fans, the pissed off fans, hey, this is not going to be a bunch of boring bullshit anymore. They couldn't have done anything else better than this, I don't think. So yeah, it wasn't about having a classic wrestling match here, because they didn't. It was about fucking, please watch us again because you're going to see shit you don't expect, and some of it may very well be exciting.
Hey, before you do your review, can I ask you one question about what you saw?
Yes, you can.
Did you pop big when he picked up Heyman to give him the spot through the table?
Yes, because I thought, here's the ultimate test. Is Brock as strong as he used to be?
Come on.
I'm like, my God, I hope he doesn't hurt himself. And, hernias are dangerous for athletes of Brock's age. But we'll get to it. And kudos, by the way, hold on here 1 second. Wait a minute. Let me get it. Kudos to Paulie. I guarantee you he was scared shitless. Even though he knew, I've grabbed a hold of him to punch him before and he was fucking petrified. If he's scared of me, I know he's scared of Brock, even though I'm sure he trusted Brock, and Brock did handle his goods professionally. Let's put it that way. But bravo, Paul. Anyway, some people have not seen this thing yet, and now they're going, what the fuck did they do? Brock Lesnar comes out, starts making his entrance, walking down the aisleway, and then goes back and goes over to the side of the entranceway and gets on this giant red tractor with a big scooper bucket on the front of it and starts driving it to the ring at 2 miles an hour. Gets a huge pop. And then does his own introduction while standing in the scooper bucket. And then starts the match by doing a Thez press on Roman Reigns out of the scooper bucket into the ring. And here we go. And as soon as they start fighting, they go to the floor and over the rail out in the crowd calling Stephen P. New. And boy, if anybody ever wanted to sue anybody, you would want to sue Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar if they pickled you in a fight out in the arena crowd, because that's where the money is, folks. And on behalf of the WWE. But anyway, they fought on the floor, on the ramp, on the lighting truss. And I'm writing at this point, I'd really like to see the match start. And then they go back to ringside, and Brock Germans Roman Reigns on the floor and pulls out a table and sets it up on the floor. But Paul E distracts Brock, and Roman Reigns Samoan drops Brock through the table. And I'm please get in the ring is the next thing that I wrote. And then Roman Reigns hits Brock Lesnar in the head with the stairs. Of course, it's last man standing. So they are obviously trying to knock each other out for a 10 count. And then Roman Reigns sets up another table and rock bottoms Brock Lesnar through that. And I was just thinking, this is getting laborious to watch because they won't get in the fucking ring. And finally they got in the ring. And Roman Reigns hits 2 Superman punches. 1, and Brock gets up, and 2, and Brock gets up, and a spear. And Brock gets up, and Reigns goes for another spear. And Brock sidesteps, and they go back to the floor. And now they're throwing each other through the halves of the already broken tables. And at that point, then, I think maybe they had something in mind. Brock, did you see Brock went back to the tractor, started it up, and then said, fuck it, and got back down and came back over? He may have been jumping a gun. I'm not sure. But he backed the tractor up away from the ring and dropped the bucket and then got off and went back and hit Roman Reigns with the stairs and more pieces of table. And then he goes back and he dumps Roman Reigns into the bucket and picks the bucket up high in the air and drives it back to the ring and dumps him into the ring. And Roman Reigns beats the count up again. So now Brock gets back in the ring, and they're actually starting to use the ring now, the German suplexes. As you can tell, I like the action to be in the ring for somewhere between a third and a half of the match, because it's more exciting and it's different because nobody uses the ring anymore. But anyway, and then Brock hits an F5. And as preposterous as this sounds, they were selling the moves and the effect of the moves in between them, and they'd keep beating the count, even though some of this was preposterous with the, hitting a guy over the head with a 100-pound set of steel ring stairs for an 8 count or whatever the case. They were reacting, and they're stiff and they're cutting each other up when they're falling through all this furniture and they're laying the shit in. So this is a hoss fight. And even though it was a bad wrestling match, you can tell the difference in the way the fans react to these guys and in their, these are the 2 money ball players from the way they look, from the way they act, from the way they're presented and carry themselves, from what they do, and the way the fans react to them. And I guess since they've had this match a few times now, they just decided, well, let's not have a match. Let's just get to the meat of the matter. But without the finish that's coming up, I would have been highly disappointed.
Remember, I said to you, you and I didn't talk about the match before we recorded. The only thing I said to you earlier before you watched SummerSlam was, please don't give up on the main event, even if you think you should.
And you were correct. You are correct, sir. So they kept beating the count. And finally, Brock gets back on the tractor and runs it into the ring. And I think that's like, didn't Angle, I think, when they redid the Steve Austin beer truck with Kurt Angle in a milk truck. And I think, was that the time where, was it Kurt that ran into the ring with the milk truck, or was it Steve with the fucking Zamboni?
I think it was Steve.
Steve with the Zamboni. He didn't hit it with the milk truck. He hit it with the Zamboni, I think. Nevertheless, he runs into the goddamn ring and moves the ring like 3 or 4 feet. And I'm thinking, and I think even one of the announcers said, I'm in Kid Rock's lap. Please get tested. But then he got the bucket down lower and got it underneath the ring, which I think was the idea, obviously, to begin with. And he lifted the fucking corner of the ring up, and Roman Reigns takes a bump backwards and starts rolling and rolls all the way. It was, what, a 45-degree angle up in the air, or whatever the degrees are. It was enough where you could believably roll all the way out of the ring. That was goddamn insane. And I hadn't even paid attention. I went back and I read the PWInsider.com recap, and I guess it was Mike Johnson, whoever did the recap, said, they don't have the LED lights on the ring posts tonight. Maybe the ring is gimmicked. Well, son of a gun, we found out. And then you look and you see it's one of the training rings, because you see regular round ring posts, not the big bad boys they've got in the whole 9 yards. But nevertheless, the ring now, one corner is tipped up, fucking 15 feet in the air. And Brock goes out and clears off the desk. He's going to put Roman Reigns through the desk. The Usos attack Brock, and Brock beats up both of them, the tag team champions. And then Heyman gets up in Brock's face, and he's like, stop it. Stop it. He's like a scolding father. Enough. My children depend on him. You want the belts? Take them. And he hands Brock the belts and just leave him alone. Enough. He's thinking about himself and
how
his
great
children.
Was that? Yes. Incredible.
My children depend on him. Don't kill him. And then Brock bends over and picks up, it looked like the picture where Bruno Sammartino single-legged Haystack Calhoun in the garden and picked him up in 61. Brock picks it. Paul, do you remember that picture?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
That famous picture. And he F5s Paul through the announce desk. And as I said, he cared for Paul's goods, but it was a nice fucking bump. And now everybody's selling, and here comes Theory. And Theory hits Roman Reigns with the case and turns around, and Brock just boosts him up and F5s him. Boom. And I think we were pretty much done with Theory at that point, right? He ate the F5. The Usos laid Brock out, but he beat the count up. Reigns speared him. He beat the count. Reigns took the briefcase that once belonged to poor Theory and wore Brock out with it, and Brock beat the count up. And Roman hit him with one of the title belts. Brock beat the count. Roman hit him with the second belt. And then Reigns and the Usos just covered Brock with debris, the tables, the stairs, the chairs, the monitor, the captain's chairs that the announcers use. And with all of that on top of him, he couldn't get up, and he was counted down and Roman Reigns won the last man standing match. And we never saw Theory again. So, as a match, this was rotten. But as a spectacle, as a conversation starter for the disenfranchised, as a statement that we're going to get wilder than the old man would let us, we're going to come up with something. We're not going to be the I'm watching cheese mold television program anymore. It was a spectacle. It was great. So it was sublime and ridiculous at the same time. But they didn't need to have a stinker pay-per-view here with all that's gone on, and they did not. I think all of their fans will be uproariously raving happy, and I think that the average person who has probably blown off a lot of WWE over the last however long will say, well, you know what? That wasn't too fucking bad.
Yeah, you know, it sucks for the first time they have an event like this that a lot of people have good feelings about coming out of, and it's a Saturday, not a Sunday, so you don't have that bounce the next day. Oh, I can't wait to see what's going to happen tonight. You got 2 days now to wait until Raw.
Well, I guess we'll make it, though. We'll live.
Oh, we're watching Raw?
Well, I'm saying we'll live to fight another day because Raw is 2 days away. If they're going to get a bounce, they're going to get a bounce. It's not like, oh my God, I have to watch Raw now because of what happened, but 24 hours later, it's like, fuck, never mind, I'm over it. If they're going to watch, they're going to watch.
When are we going to see Brock again?
Well, as soon as they can figure out a way to get that tractor underneath all that debris and get it off the top of him so he can stand up. You know what they should, if this had been AEW, they would have had a camcorder there to film. About 3 o'clock in the morning, they're doing the teardown of all of the equipment, and the union crew finally gets all that shit up, and Brock stands up, dusts himself off, and walks off. If it'd been AEW, they'd have done that.
If it had been AEW, all that would have happened, and then Jericho would have walked in front of the camera and bladed himself.
Well, no, I think Kevin Dunn is still smart enough to cover that up on this program. Besides, with the camera work that they use to begin with, the herky-jerkiness, you wouldn't be able to see it. But I wonder how long that is for this world. If referees have names and the announcers are not being browbeaten in their headsets, I wonder how long it is before somebody starts telling Kevin, hey, just fucking shoot the goddamn thing without epilepsy. That would be interesting.
And the words, everyone's listening for the words. Belt, fan, just all the words that have been banned.
Well, and Michael Cole said, who was it? Was it... oh, goddamn. Who was sitting next to Michael Cole?
Corey Graves?
Corey Graves said, I liked you better when you didn't have an opinion. And Michael Cole said, well, that's changed. A lot has changed around here. So now the announcers are allowed to editorialize.
The rebel Michael Cole. Give me a break.
Well, still.
A lot has changed. Vince is on his phone instead of in Gorilla.
All right. Anyway, so SummerSlam, it was pretty good. Let's give it I'll give it 3. 3 cha-chings. Cha-ching, ka-ching.
That's pretty good on the scale.
Ink-a-dink-a-doo.
Listen, they started off hot. They ended really hot. They had some really, really impressive matches in between from guys like Logan Paul and Pat McAfee, who were outshining a lot of the longtime wrestlers. It was a good show. For WWE, it was a really good show.
Because you're grading on the curve now.
I'm grading on
they normally suck, so I guess it was all right. No, it was a pretty good show. Let's see where it goes from here. Let's see what old Trips can do for this thing.
That's right. And of course, we are on the drive-thru, and some of you are hearing this on YouTube, at which point we will be ending this right now. And for the rest of you, we'll return to your normal drive-thru programming right about now. Well, there it was, Jim, our review of SummerSlam. Of course, it was on the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel and right here on the drive-thru. And a good show, a fun show. And although, as you pointed out at the very top of the review, it was a nice surprise to have a show that was under 4 hours. Even though it was under 4 hours, I still was tired and ready to go to sleep.
Much like you are today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're tired and you would like to go to sleep, if you're tired of this program, and you'd like to go to sleep or possibly be in a medically induced coma, maybe be sentenced to the federal penitentiary, anything to avoid listening to this program, then we got a deal for you. Because, folks, again, a good night's sleep is the answer to a lot of people's problems. You got stress, you got aches and pains. Sleep rejuvenates you, and you've got to do it in the right way and on the right equipment. You got to have the proper equipment to get the proper night's sleep. And the first thing, you can't just lay down in the basement, just on the cold basement floor. You can't do that. You're not going to get a good night's sleep. But if you go to helixsleep.com, they've even got mattresses that cool you down. If you and your family, your significant other, or the various people that you share a bed with every night can never agree on the temperature of the thermostat, they've even got mattresses with specialized cooling technology. Or, for example, let's say you want to sleep on something a little bit firm, but not like a tile floor. Maybe you got a bad back. They got firm. But if you like to sleep in something that approximates, I don't know, a marshmallow or possibly the midsection of jelly Nutella, they've got soft, mushy mattresses. It just depends on what you like. If you like sleeping on a bag of rocks, I'm sure they could probably fucking whip one of those up for you too, because as we know, some people like to have their balls nailed to a step stool. But whatever you like to sleep on, the folks at Helix Sleep have got one of them. And it's not even ones that people have sent back to get their money back, because they offer that too if you don't like it. No, I'm just, you've told me. You've explained to me plainly and succinctly that they don't give people their money back, take a mattress back, and then turn around and sell it again. That wouldn't be cricket. They don't do that. You've explained that to me. Are you now trying to take that back?
No, I'm standing with that. They do not do that.
You're standing with that.
Yes.
Or sleeping with it, as the case may be.
Sleeping on it, because they are a reputable company and it's a great mattress to sleep on. Yeah.
Yes. So they give you your money back if you don't like it, and they just brand you as an ungrateful prick on the specialized list that all these companies have. And next time you order something from somebody else that has a money-back guarantee, they're going to know what the fuck's going on, and they're going to treat you accordingly. They're going to realize what kind of scam you're pulling.
You know what?
What kind of shyster business you're into.
Beyond these stories you're concocting, much to the chagrin of our sponsors each and every week here, you may be onto something. The idea of a national registry that's available to people for people that always ask for their money back.
Yeah, because that little greedy small band of pricks just ruins everything for the rest of the people. But anyway, folks, Helix Sleep, did I mention they've got all kinds of mattresses for all kinds of people, and all you got to do is go to helixsleep.com, take the 2-minute sleep quiz that matches you to the mattress that best serves your needs. They got a 10-year warranty. You get 100 nights. You can try it out risk-free. There is absolutely no risk to sleep on these mattresses for 100 nights. After 100 nights, it gets a little dodgy. But
it's still a fine mattress after 100 nights. After 100 nights.
It just says you get to try it out for 100 nights risk-free. I assume after the first 100 nights, there's some element of risk enters into this thing. And Helix is offering up to $200 off all the mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners at helixsleep.com/JCE. That's helixsleep.com/JCE, up to $200 off the mattress orders and a couple of free pillows. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a couple of free fun bags. Slap those on either side of your head, drop onto a Helix mattress, and you'll be floating in space. You know what? That would be just weightless, just floating in space. That would be so comfortable, except for the fact that there's no oxygen in space. That means that your fucking eyeballs would explode and your guts would immolate into fucking jelly, and you'd just obliterate yourself into thousands of tiny particles. But otherwise, you'd get a good night's sleep in space.
That's a nightmare that some people may have, but you won't have to worry about that kind of thing when you're sleeping on a Helix Sleep mattress, the finest mattress. Right. You have a good night's sleep with pleasant dreams, and it'll be after 100 nights. How do I walk back everything? After 100 nights, you will enjoy everything, and you will not be floating in space with your innards coming out.
No, not unless you sleep on a Helix Sleep mattress in space with no spacesuit. Then you're fucked.
But fortunately, the listeners don't have to worry about that. They can just worry about good nights and good days after sleeping on Helix Sleep. Right?
They bring it right to your door. Did I mention that?
I don't know what you've mentioned so much. I don't know.
They bring it right to your door, and it's
what
you can even put it where you want it. It's not like one of the big store-bought type of mattresses where you can hide a body in it. As a matter of fact, sometimes, did you hear about that one guy in Pismo Beach? He fucking went to a mattress store and bought a mattress, had a dead corpse in it. And it took him forever to get his money back. Not with Helix Sleep. If they send you a mattress with a corpse in it, that's automatic.
They won't send you a mattress with a corpse in it. There are no corpses involved in this process.
It's like the scene in Four Rooms. There's a dead whore under the bed.
It's not like that at all.
A dead whore under the bed.
It's not like that at all. Was Stu Hart starring in that film?
Well, it was actually Tim Curry, who does a decent Stu Hart impression, but nothing to write home about.
It sounds like it. All right.
Anyway.
What's that promo code again?
That would be Helix. That's HELIX, like Felix the cat, only it's Helix the sleep. HelixSleep.com/JCE.
That's right. Helix the sleep. And speaking of people that are awake, Kurt Angle's biography aired this past weekend on A&E, Jim. Did you get a chance to watch it?
I did. I watched that too. I'm trying to find right now my notes on the self-same aforesaid program. Yes, I did. I've got to admit that of all the biographies that they've done, this one would probably appeal most to not only a fan of biographies and documentaries just on anything, but also more to a non-pro wrestling audience because of Kurt's story and all the weird, things that he's been involved. I mean, here's a guy who was an Olympic champion who was also involved peripherally in the DuPont and Dave Schultz Foxcatcher fiasco, was also a high-level pro wrestler, but then can tell the story about his drug addiction. But then there's the sad story of his father dying in a construction accident and his sister overdosing later on. I mean, this could have been 3 hours. Kurt's had a lot of fucking life. A lot of the other guys were like, after 10 minutes, can we get to where he starts wrestling? But
I actually like the non-wrestling stuff more than the wrestling stuff. I thought it was just such a compelling story. It was well done. I kind of hated when they got to wrestling. I wanted to hear more about him with, David Schultz and all that. I loved it.
Or Dave Schultz. I guess we should.
Or Dave Schultz.
Well, for our different wrestling audiences, not Dr. D, David Schultz, the pro wrestler, but Dave Schultz, the amateur wrestling great, who was the star of the Foxcatcher wrestling team that was funded by John DuPont, who was the eccentric multimillionaire, one of the actual DuPonts, who suddenly decided to fund the amateur wrestlers and give them everything they needed and a place to live so they could train, and then ended up going fucking batshit crazy and shooting and killing his star wrestler for reasons that nobody's ever figured out, really.
But I liked all the early stuff. It's the first time they've ever made me care about a Sylvester Turkey feud, so I'll give him credit for that.
By the way, Bear, Sylvester was nicknamed Bear, and you can see why. He looks more like a bear than a Sylvester. But I rematched that 1992 NCAA final in OVW, I'll have you know. It wasn't as exciting as a work as it was as a shoot. But anyway, they had so much story to tell here in this, and they started with his Hall of Fame induction, but then, tease the dark times of addiction and then go back to his childhood growing up in Pittsburgh and, his father being an alcoholic, and then the horrible construction accident where he was actually brain dead and, their mom had to make the decision to pull the plug. That's just, I never even knew that story. I'm surprised with the way things have happened. Thank goodness Kurt got in during the days when they didn't have to fucking talk about, expose all that stuff, or they've been doing angles off that probably. But the thing that stood out to me, the pictures, especially Kurt with hair and when he was young, and he's always had that thick neck. But Kurt Angle, until about 6 months after he got into professional wrestling, could you tell was the biggest straight-laced, just nerd, a bland personality, a very, the typical, jock athlete. He's focused on that, but nondescript as a personality. He wasn't a public speaker. He wasn't an overboard personality on all those clips where they interviewed him as a college athlete or a high school athlete. And they explained he got into football to do something for his dad in his dad's name or memory, and then, excelled at that, and then got into wrestling in high school. He never watched pro wrestling, and his brothers didn't like it. But he became the Pennsylvania state champ and then won the junior nationals. And and I've said a million times that people who were not fans of wrestling had a harder time getting it in their head, what it's supposed to be, what it's supposed to look like. What is the old saying? Kurt's the exception that proves the rule. Nobody else that I can think of that, and I mean, we just talked about this with Goldberg. He never watched wrestling, wasn't a fan of it. Well, he got over on, they analyzed that whole show. He got over on personality and push and aggression and look, but nobody confused him with ever becoming a good worker. And part of the reason is he wasn't taught. But with Kurt, he had no idea of what this was going in, and instantly was able to do the moves, which, like we said, you can train a chimpanzee. And I don't think they made this distinction as well as they could have on the program. He could do the moves because he was a great athlete, but he picked up what the fuck he was doing and why he was doing it. And suddenly the personality comes out. And I guess I'm jumping ahead. We'll go through a few more points in a second. I'll make this one and then I'll get back to it. But they didn't have any footage of him in Memphis for that 6 months he was with Randy down in Power Pro. And that's when I moved back to Louisville. And obviously I was going down on weekends and working with Randy, and I was managing Steve Bradley, who they had some footage of him and Kurt training at the warehouse. And poor Steve never got the chance that he really should have. He was like, I'll go off on side stories, but he was a great talent, potential talent. But Kurt he was still just Mr., lollipop and babyface athlete and just plain bland. He was doing the moves, but he didn't at first understand anything about the personality. And they mentioned that he thought he was going to get cheered when he made his debut in the WWE after he'd been doing the I'm an Olympic hero, I'm an American hero, promos. He'd been cheered in Memphis because he was booked as a babyface originally because he's from scratch and he's an Olympic gold medalist. So how are you going to make this guy's never done a promo a heel when, he's got those credentials? But as he got to the main roster and started seeing, I guess, more of the big groups of fans and how they were reacting to the other guys, he got with it quicker than anybody I've ever seen. And yeah, they had him doing some silly things at the start, but once he got to where he could do his own shit and he had that cachet and he could take care of himself, he was always on top and he was always figured in. And, it just I wasn't surprised working with him when he'd been in the business 6 weeks and then seeing him a year and a half later. I wasn't surprised that he got the moves and the athleticism down, but the personality just almost overnight, just boom, he got it. Did you tell the difference?
Other than attitude, what was the big difference between him and Brock as students and as far as how they picked up wrestling?
Well, it's kind of like Brock had to go for he was such an athlete. He was doing the shooting star stuff and everything. And we'll get to that later on. But Brock it was like the difference between Angle and Turkey in the 92 finals. Here's Turkey is 6'7" and 75 pounds bigger than Kurt, but Kurt just outmaneuvered him all over the fucking mat and just took him down at will, and just the technique, instead of a big guy who was used to smothering people. It's kind of like, Chris Taylor was in the Olympics as a wrestler, but does anybody think that Chris Taylor could just technically, ability alone, stretch Kurt Angle? No, it's a whole different can of peas. So Brock got by on size, power, aggression, animosity, physicality, but still Kurt was a whole nother level of just the wrestling. And, that's where you definitely prove that size isn't everything. So I think, Brock, he wasn't as motivated to be the greatest pro wrestler in the world. Brock was motivated to be a great amateur wrestler. And then I thought that was what was so funny about the thing when the rivals with he and Kurt is that a 2003 clip, Brock said, "Oh, I wanted to be God's gift to pro wrestling." He didn't. You could see he wasn't motivated to be the best in the world at that, like he was amateur wrestling. Kurt, if he opened a dry cleaners, he would attempt to be the best dry cleaner in the fucking world. So it was different from the start. But they went into the Foxcatcher story on this biography, like I said, and at the same time, they went into Kurt's ridiculous, driven, fanatical training methods. And that's why it was a boon to him to have, a sponsor, because he literally trained all day, every day, to the exhaustion training. As a result, he wins the World Championships in 95 in the freestyle championships and beat the German. And they had great footage of Kurt. I mean, he was just an alien from another planet on the mat with these guys. The amateur footage. Did you see that? It was a whole nother level of him and these other world-class guys that he's just taken out.
Maybe they've shown it before, but I don't know if I've ever seen the footage of where he broke his neck before.
It hadn't been played as much as Mick coming off the top of the cell. I don't remember seeing that in that detail, at least, ever either. But
yeah, they showed a slow-mo of him breaking his neck. I'd never seen that before.
I don't think that I've seen it on any of the WWF packages, now that you've mentioned it. But yeah, because... And he explains that the guy was it was like a shoot arm drag. He was trying to take him over, and if Angle's back hit the mat, that's a fall. So when he couldn't block himself with his hand, he leaned his head back so that he wouldn't flip over. Like in wrestling, you would go with it and take the bump safely. And in amateur wrestling, because you don't want your back to hit, he leaned back and fucking took the bump on the top of his fucking head. So that was the first of 5 broken necks. And then Kurt even mentioned at one time when DuPont he put the guy over for all he did for him, but he knew that he, quote, wasn't right. And at one point he thought Kurt Angle was in his walls. DuPont did. So at that point, and Angle had been like Dave Schultz's, protege, and he looked at him as a mentor and a father figure. So DuPont shoots Schultz, and now Angle's devastated. And that's 6 or 7 months before the Olympics. And so Schultz's wife starts a new group, and Angle is the first wrestler asked to be in it. And he breaks his neck again, or breaks his neck rather, taking the throw in the trials. And basically knew he could have been paralyzed if he took a bump the wrong way. So he got the doctors to numb his neck with Novocaine so that he could win the finals for the spot in the Olympics. And they even showed the guy knew that he was wrestling, that he had a bad neck or an injured neck, and he kept going to yank on the fucking neck to try to fuck Angle up. And he didn't know that Angle was Novocaine. So since the neck wasn't hurting, every time he went for the neck, Angle would fucking go for the guy's leg and take him down, score a point. So, but I mean, you can.
I never realized Novocaine was used beyond tooth pain or I guess dental work, I should say.
Well, it's not really supposed to be. I mean, yes, it has medical uses, and it shouldn't be used that way. Because this is an old fucking trick of a number of professional athletes. What does your jaw feel like? Especially if you've not just had one tooth worked on, but if you've had one of those, what do they call it? Some kind of mandible block or something where they get right in the middle where both sides of your jaw nerves connect if they got to do extensive shit. Point is, you can't feel your fucking face. It's like your face is not there, right? Well, that's what, if a bad knee, bad whatever, if you Novocaine that, as long as it's structurally not broken, I mean, you know, as long as your structure is intact, then you can perform whatever your sport is without feeling any pain in that area. The problem is you also cannot feel if you do any more catastrophic damage to what you're doing. So Angle would have theoretically not felt any pain in his neck. If he'd have been thrown down the right way, he would have just lost all the feeling in the rest of his fucking body instantly. And he's going to the Olympics that way. So anyway, he blows through the early rounds of the Olympics. He finally gets the Iranian. He wins on the referee's decision. And that, I've never seen that footage either.
Have you ever seen that guy before? That Iranian would have been a wrestling star.
Yes, he looked like an old time, like the fucking Yusuf Hussein, the fucking, you know, terrible Turk. He could have been a wrestler in the 20s. But had you ever seen the footage of him crying and dedicating the win to his mother and all that stuff? Did they ever show that in the WWF?
You know, again, I'm going to assume they've shown a lot of stuff and I just have not remembered it and hasn't been hammered into my head, but I felt like this thing was filled with footage I've never seen before. And specifically the amateur wrestling stuff, when he broke his neck the first time, I've never seen any of that stuff. Someone's going to say, oh, they showed it in 2001. I didn't see it.
Well, thanks for everybody for letting us know. But anyway, so now he's won the Olympics. That was his dream. And now he sits down and goes, well, now what? Because amateur wrestling ain't a great way to make money. And this story has been told numerous times. And I was there when they had the talks. I was working up there in the office at the time, but he turned down a 10-year deal, and I can't remember. It may have been the same thing.
Mark Henry just got it a year before, right?
Well, I was about to say it may have been the same thing that they offered Mark or gave Mark 10 years at then $250,000 a year to start. Wrestling was unheard of. But Kurt turned it down because he felt like he was a true wrestler, and his brothers had always knocked that phony wrestling. And so he said, okay, Vince, I'll take the deal if you never ask me to lose a match, because I should never lose because I'm the Olympic champion. And Vince said, see you later. And I remember hearing that after the meeting they had when it happened. They said, well, we're not getting the Olympic guy.
Was that before or after he went to the ECW arena?
That was before. See, I think somebody correct me if I'm wrong, or if you want to try to look this up, but he had talks with Vince and said he'd never wanted to lose a match. And Vince said, see ya. And then somehow, because Kurt was from Pittsburgh and Paulie got him to come to the ECW arena and was going to attempt to do something based off Kurt Angle, Olympic wrestler, blah, blah, blah. And that's when, who'd they crucify that night? You're better with ECW than I am.
A Raven crucified the Sandman, from what I remember.
Well, so Kurt, who's never been to a fucking pro wrestling show, I'm pretty sure at that point ever live, goes to an ECW show at the ECW arena, and among the other, wholesome family delights he sees is the crucifixion angle. And he's so offended that he storms out of the building, never to return there, right? I think that he had the talk with Vince. He was going to, this is something that legitimately he was interested in, at least. He wanted to get into sportscasting in Pittsburgh, local news sportscasting, and thought that was something he was going to do at a point in time. And that didn't pan out. And I think, again, I don't know the particulars of how Paulie got him there that one night to ECW, but that happened. And then it was going into the better part of 1998. And finally he was like, well, I need to call back and, see about this big deal they made me. And he calls back and said, and this is true, is that deal still available? And they told him, nope, but you can come and try out. It wasn't like you can come and try out. It was more like you can come to the warehouse, to these training camps that we're having, and see, because now he's backed up on it once, to see if you want to pursue this. And then, yes, we will offer you a contract, but it's not going to be for, 10 years or for that much guaranteed money, whatever. That was basically, as I recall, the presentation that was made to Kurt. But
can I ask you a question about that?
Yes.
A, would you have done it the same way? And B, was that a reflection on Kurt not taking the deal originally? Or by that point in time, Mark Henry had not impressed too many within his first couple of years within the company? Were they regretting that deal and it would have affected another 10-year deal like the Kurt Angle one?
Probably both, one from column A and one from column B. Mark's not panning out over the first couple of years didn't, I'm sure, endear them to the idea of signing any more Olympic athletes to 10-year contracts. But primarily it was, again, everybody now out there listening is thinking, Kurt Angle, they were giving Kurt Angle the runaround. No, it wasn't Kurt Angle. It was a guy named Kurt Angle that was the Olympic gold medalist in wrestling, but there had been many of those throughout the history of the Olympics. And not all or even most of them wanted to make the transition to pro wrestling or ended up doing it successfully. And so he was a commodity with a ton of potential that could be marketed in the WWF, but if he didn't want to do it, or they didn't know Kurt at that point. They didn't know about his determination. They didn't know about his ridiculous obsession with being the best at everything. So what I'm saying is when their first meeting with a guy is, yes, I just won the Olympic gold medal, so I've never even seen your shows, but I'll take your $2 or $3 million over the next 10 years, as long as you never ask me to lose. So that's the interaction they've had with Kurt Angle. So, and they figured and I remember, I think Jim Ross, hopefully he won't mind me stooging, but JR had said at one point, well, in JR's inimitable style, that boy will call back when he figures out that it's not going to be all smooth sailing, as an amateur trying to make money, or as a,
The other thing is, who was he around his whole athletic life as a wrestler? Amateur wrestlers didn't think highly of professional wrestling. I remember even like in the 80s, Jeff Blatnick used to challenge Hulk Hogan. Not like I'm going to kill you. Like, no, if this guy thinks he's tough, he should wrestle me. I'm an Olympic wrestler. Wrestle me. So there was always, especially with the popularity in the 80s on a mainstream level, there were always a lot of resentments from actual wrestlers towards wrestling.
And that's the thing is, and you can see both sides. You can see the legitimate amateurs going, well, those guys, some of them, yes, don't know how to wrestle. Some of them do and might even be better than you. But the professionals were making a ton of money, getting all the women, making, all the national TV shows, and the amateur wrestlers are, bleh. And so they were resentful. And then on the other side, the pros would say, well, yeah, you may be able to stretch me, but you can't buy me because I make 10 times the money you make. So who's the fucking star here? Anyway, but when Kurt came to the warehouse and started training with Dr. Tom and Dory Funk Jr., then he applied himself. And then you could see, okay, now we've got something because this guy is a freak athlete. But he struggled on promos, as they showed a few things where he was blowing stuff or whatever. And that was the same thing. Like I said, they skipped over. He was in Memphis from, I'm pretty sure, probably March or April through October, November. And again, you could already tell he was better in the ring. And Steve Bradley was a big help to him in kind of leading him, because Steve had experience at that point, obviously more than Kurt. But the promos were just, it was dull, and his personality was dull, and he was just sitting there still kind of wide-eyed, like trying to take the whole thing in. But very quickly, he gets the main roster, he starts getting the feedback from the fans, and his personality turned on. And, he always had physical charisma. You could see in the footage of the amateur wrestling meets, when he would win, he would jump up, the arms in the air, he'd run, he'd express it on his face. His body language, his physical charisma was always there, but the personality, it took pro wrestling. And then, boom, that comes on. And so within a year, he wins the WWF title. And he was a prodigy at that point. And when you see the early to mid 2000s action highlights, holy shit, again, it's not only the modern talent, it's the modern presentation. I know I'm not blaming all the boys, but god damn, this is a whole different fucking thing. This almost looks like, compared to the shit we're seeing now, this shit looks like it's the UFC. Fuck. They're beating the shit out of each other. And of course, that led to Kurt's addiction issues, because then he went over the various injuries he had, but he broke his neck 3 more times in like the next 2 or 3 years.
That was crazy when it was almost like a montage. And then I did this and I broke my neck. And then I trained real hard. I came back. I went back to the ring and I broke my neck. And I went back to the same doctor. It just kept happening. It was crazy.
And see, a lot of people are bullshit, because they thought broken neck, like in the movies, Bela Lugosi is fucking Igor with the crack in his neck.
Buster Keaton had a broken neck.
Yeah, when it's technically you're breaking your neck when you break vertebrae. And he had numerous of them. And I remember the first time, and he talked about that Dr. Joe, I think.
Joe.
No, I think it was JHO.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking
Joe,
of
I think. Because he didn't have the neck fusion that Austin and some of the other guys had. He wanted to do a minimally invasive procedure, so he'd only be out a couple months, and that's the first one he had. And he was out, 6 weeks, came back and broke it again. And then he had the same thing redone. And then with Eddie Guerrero, WrestleMania 2004, he does it a third time. So then he takes time off and I think he broke it back again later on. But by that time, obviously there was a painkiller presence issue in his life. And I was thinking, this is one of the saddest, and Kurt is so honest and tells it so well and is just so well spoken. And The Rock does a great job on these things also. But, then Kurt's sister gets on drugs, and he's sending her money and she's using it for drugs. And they have a, problematic relationship. And then she ODs after they hadn't spoken to each other in 8 months. And he's up to taking 60-something pills a day. And finally, Vince tells him, and this was pretty widely known at the time also, go to rehab or leave. And the comment was, an Olympic gold medalist is not going to die in the WWE on my watch. And so he left and went to TNA. And I remember, when they announced he was coming in, I was there, and I was like, Mike, this is going to be a big fucking boost for us in the ring and star power wise, but how's his health? That's the... So, and then Kurt says he started drinking, because remember, this was a guy that was the fucking most elite level athlete in the world. He never took drugs for fun. He didn't drink. His father was an alcoholic. And suddenly now he's taking enough pain pills and various medications to kill a horse and drinking on top of it so it'll kick in better. And, but the TNA run, what was that, 30 seconds? Jim Ross said, well, he's lucky he's not dead after that debacle of a run in TNA. And he was there, 8 fucking years or 6 years or whatever, and they covered it in 30 seconds. Of course, this is a WWE-sponsored program. Honestly, they didn't deserve him. He still had great matches down there, and I've mentioned I'd be the producer for some of his matches. And, I would try sometimes in the production meeting, if there was some ridiculous stuntman stuff going to be going on. Can we not simplify this a little bit in Kurt's case? Because what shape he's going to be in afterwards, after every pay-per-view match, and sometimes after a big TV match, if it was a single match or something that he was relied on to produce, I would go back to check on him afterwards because I'm the producer. I'm checking on the talent. And he's laying in the floor there at Universal with one of those rooms past the production office. Well, this makes no sense to anybody who hadn't been there. So he's laying in one of the rooms with laying on an ice pack on his neck. He's on his back. He's got an ice pack taped to his thigh because maybe there's a hamstring problem. And he's got another ice pack on some part of his back. And he's laying there, and every once in a while, the masseuse would be there going, squeeze my hand. And he'd go, I am. I'm like, what the fuck? How can this guy do this? That he goes out and you wouldn't think anything was wrong with him. And he has these performances and he comes back and his whole body is caked in ice and quivering. So at that point, they glossed over the situation with Karen. He mentioned his first wife had left him and took the kids. But by that point, that's where he started getting the DUIs. He's drinking and driving on top of pills. He got 4 DUIs in 5 years, and those were reported. One or more of them was right near his house in Pittsburgh, where he's a local celebrity. So his new wife finally threatened to leave him unless he went to rehab, and that's what turned the deal around for him. And now it's great. The 2017 Hall of Fame, I was there. So that's the last time I saw Kurt in person. But they had the footage of him coming in and hugging Vince in his office, and then Vince kicking the camera out because he was showing human emotion. And now apparently, he's happy with his younger kids, his kids with his new wife, and he's clean, I'm assuming. And as far as we know, he says he is. We don't have a reason to doubt him. And there was the big deal over, he still has pain and he's still going to have more surgeries, but now he can't take pain pills. So that's kind of another cautionary tale to any wrestlers. For all the other reasons, don't get problems with these things. But if you get problems with these things and you kick it, you've kicked it for now. But in 10 years or 15 years or however long it is till your fucking body says fuck you for all the things you did to it when it was 25 years old, you're going to have surgeries. And then you're going to have surgeries without pain medication. And something to look forward to. Sort of like dental work without Novocaine. So maybe that's another reason to think about that. But this was an amazing show, I thought. And, they didn't try to sugarcoat Kurt's life. They glossed over his time with the competitor, but that was pretty much the only major omission. Can you find anything wrong with it? Certainly you can find something wrong with anything.
Well, there were things that you said omission. They didn't mention ECW thing, which is kind of a legendary story. They didn't mention any of the training with Memphis or anything. The thing I thought was really interesting was when they talked about TNA, they had Steve Austin, who mentioned that he saw Kurt in TNA, and he just, I forget the exact comment, but it was something about like what a step down it was. And then they showed a clip, I think, of him against Samoa Joe, which is probably the best thing he ever did in TNA.
Yeah.
But you look at it and you're like, you know what? Look-wise, it does look like a big step down. And when you see a guy like that, a star like Kurt Angle, on the biggest show, it's more noticeable the drop from the biggest show to the second show when you take that character, that person from the first show and put him on the second show.
And, that's the thing is that as much as I was working for TNA at the time and we were all pulling for success, but Kurt going from the WWE with their level of ratings and pay-per-view buys and house show business at that time and going to TNA and their level of same, it was literally, he was automatically in front of a 10th as many people. We were doing over 1 million people, 1.5 million at best on Spike at that point, and they were doing still 4 or 5 million people on their Raw or SmackDown, but the pay-per-view business was 10-1. As I think Kurt and Joe, I heard, did 50,000 buys for the first match, which was the biggest pay-per-view that TNA ever did because, well, we won't go off on a tangent, but Shitstain's booking style specifically hindered pay-per-view buys because it was all about Crash TV and what's going to go on the television program and no match building or, big show peaking. So, but the pay-per-views, it was 10-1 difference. So that's why a lot of times, even when, and that's again why I try to explain to the fans of any promotion, get a fucking grip on reality, because guys would leave the WWF in 2006, 7, 8, go to work for TNA, who was doing ratings of 1 million or 1.5 million people on Spike. And people would see him in the airport and go, why aren't you still wrestling? Yeah, for the people who like that kind of thing, that's the kind of thing those people like. But whether it's TNA, AEW, whatever.
Yeah, remember the reactions to Jericho when the NBA fans saw him beyond like any of the issues about the way he looked? It was like, I haven't seen him. This is what he's doing. He's wrestling for this bootleg WWE. That was the understanding from the average non-wrestling fan.
And for the average ex-wrestling fan. Because they're not non-wrestling fans. They knew who Jericho was and they used to watch him. They just don't anymore. But anyway, therein you have the, and I wouldn't say the ECW, come on, hold on there, cowboy, with the legendary story. It was legendary amongst the business and the smart fans, but for an AEW, for an A&E documentary.
It would have been great. Look, I understand why they
It would have been great footage, but, it didn't
forget about the footage.
The piece.
Show no footage. Just have him talk about it and then have Paul talk about it and intersplice those clips. That's all you need. You don't have to show. I understand why they don't want to show the Sandman being crucified on A&E while his son, I think, was standing there and his wife. It's a mess. But other than that, I thought it was a great documentary.
Anyway, therein you have it there. Biography on, and next week is Lex Luger. And from the tease, just the 30-second commercial, I think I'm going to be halfway interested in this one. Because we've talked about Lex has made a transformation in his personal life, unfortunately after his health issues, but to where he's maybe the nicest, happiest, most contented, whatever now that he's ever been, but had a lot of bumps in the road along the way. So we'll look forward to that. At least we don't have to worry about the Bella Twins Part 2.
It is interesting. I know you didn't watch the Bella Twins documentary, but I thought about it when we were talking about the neck before. Nikki Bella had a finishing move called the rack attack, which was a torture rack where she would drop to her knees and the person would fall off behind her. And they had a montage of that in the Bella documentary. She said, what I didn't know was every time I did that, I was breaking my neck. And that's why she broke her neck, was that move that she did night after night.
Well, because all that weight coming down on your neck. But besides, if rack attack, Seems like she should have grabbed somebody and smothered them with her bosoms.
I think that's what they did with the pun of the name, was a hypothetical smothering of the bosoms with the name.
You would just grab the guy or the girl by the back of their hair, bring them close to you, and smother them inside your bosoms.
I don't know if that would happen, but Jim, you know what that means.
Are we closed?
We have a new sponsor here this week.
Oh, a new sponsor.
A very new sponsor, and we're happy to have them on board, and we know they're happy to be here, but we want to let the listeners know all about our friends with Prize Picks.
Prize Picks. And I understand from you, Brian, there's a way to make money on this.
Of course. Now, Jim, this is not a script. I want to put this into my own words. Tonight, I'm taking Patrick Mahomes to throw more than 320 passing yards, Derrick Henry to rush less than 85 yards, and Cooper Kupp to score more than 0.5 touchdowns, and Tyreek Hill to catch less than 3.5 passes. All the more amazing because I don't think football season started yet. But Jim, those are my thoughts. What are yours?
Wait a minute. What the hell? Now, the folks at Prize Picks, they're our new sponsor.
Yes.
And you said the fans, the members of the Cult of Cornette, the listeners, they can play games and make money by doing Prize Picks.
Did I say that?
But that's what we said when I first heard about this. But then I got some of the promotional information, and it requires a knowledge of professional sports of other kind besides wrestling that I don't necessarily possess, and it also requires some knowledge of fantasy sports entries and projections and things. I'm not familiar with all the verbiage. So can you explain this to me and to the people? I know you just gave the sample.
That's
but
right.
I don't know who all those people are.
Well, of course, we want to remind everyone Prize Picks has an app, and you go to prizepicks.com as well. But Jim, let me ask you, what do you love about their games and format? Is it easy to play?
I don't know.
What current entries do you have?
What is an entry?
How much have you won?
What am I entering? I haven't started playing yet. That's what I'm asking you.
But you'd be winning if you just started playing. Just start playing and winning.
But how do you play?
Come on, just play.
You go to prizepicks.com. That's prize, like prize, Prize, and picks, Picks. Prizepicks.com. And you sign up and you play the daily fantasy sports, right?
Or the app.
That's what you do.
They have a very popular
have an app. What's
yes.
an app? How do you use an app?
Now, you don't have a smartphone for any of the new listeners wondering why you would ask this question. And
Can I get an app on my computer?
Actually, you can, depending on the computer you have.
It's got a .com here. That's what I usually use the computer for, is the stuff with the .com.
Right, the .com is the actual website. That's the location you can go to on your computer. Let's say you had a smartphone and you just wanted to go to Prize Picks and just start playing games right away. You would go to your home screen on your computer and find the little icon for Prize Picks, and you'd click that, and it would take you there. Not needing to go to a website, going directly to them. That's the app.
Well, how does the little Prize Picks thing get on the screen for prizepicks.com? Does somebody put it there? Do they infiltrate your computer?
You would download it from wherever you get your apps. If you were on an Apple
I've
device,
never gotten an app.
You would ask your caretaker to use your smartphone and find a place where they have apps. And
all right, well, let's back up. We're going to win some money here. And I understand from the people at Prize Picks that first-time users can receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100 with the promo code JC. So that means now I can figure this JCE.
JCE. Let's get the
That's
promo code.
That's what I just said.
Right.
Promo code JCE. I just did JCE. That's what I did there. I elongated that CE. But now, so I understand that if you deposit $100, then they give you another $100. If you deposit $50, they give you another $50. They're giving you all this money. And then you do what with it? They've got the daily fantasy stuff that all the other sports people do, but you can win up to multiple times your money. I think it says you can win up to 10 times your money on any of the entries in these things.
Well, of course, Jim, it's very easy to understand. You could pick 2 to 5 players, and if they will go score more or less than their prize picks projection, you can win up to 10 times your money on any entry. And there's no competing against other people. It's just you versus the projections.
That's easy. It's easy to understand. They offer projections on any sport: NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, PGA, college football, men's college football, basketball, women's college do they have women's college football, women's college basketball, soccer, WNBA, esports, NASCAR, tennis, MMA, boxing, disc golf, Euro basketball, cricket.
One of these things is not like the others, ladies and gentlemen.
If you have a sudden compulsion to bet on disc golf, ladies and gentlemen. Now, wait a minute. You're not. These are not bets. They're entries.
They're entries, and of course, entries can be made in 60 seconds or less.
I wouldn't really even need 60 seconds to make this entry. And you can make safe and fast withdrawals. From where, of what, we're not sure, but this is currently operational in over 30 states and Canada. So apparently they're following the marijuana legalization. But right now, what you need to do, after we've explained this so clearly and concisely, if you have any questions, you need to download that Prize Picks app, wherever the apps come from, or go to prizepicks.com and you can sign up and play the daily fantasy sports. And first-time users, 100% instant deposit match up to $100 with the promo code JCE, not JCE. And if you deposit $100, Prize Picks gives you $100. If you deposit $50, they'll give you $50. We got to figure out some way to work this system where you deposit $50, they give you $100, but I'm not sure right now. They're a new sponsor, folks. It'll take us a couple of weeks to figure out how to screw them. But don't forget to enter the promo code JCE at your sign up for an instant deposit match of up to $100, and then go crazy on the sports. You'll make some money. You can win up to 10 times your money on any entry. But some plates do go down in value, so we're not guaranteeing anything.
Well, Jim, another prize of the WWE is, of course, their catalog, and it seems like their catalog's usually a lot better than the current stuff, and we revisited it once again with more Kurt Angle, looking at the Kurt Angle-Brock Lesnar feud on this week's edition of AEW, of A&E's Rivals.
There's too many AEs around here. This was, I'm looking at my notes here because this was where all of the Kurt sit-down comments were current. But for Brock, they went back to a sit-down they did in 2003 when they were doing Confidential or whatever. And all of Brock's clips were old, and he still works there. Did you notice that? Maybe he didn't want to do it, or maybe they thought, well, let's not take our current money-drawing monster and have him sit down and talk about how fake all of his other stuff was. But nevertheless, Brock Lesnar in 2003 made the comment, God put me on earth to be a pro wrestler. And I wrote that question mark, and he quits like a year later. And then they also had the comment on the Shooting Star Press that we'll get to, but Brock said he second-guessed himself. He didn't second-guess himself. He put the guy out too far. We'll talk about that. But the panel that is shepherded by Freddie Prinze Jr. has changed, and now it's Cody, Beth Phoenix, JBL, and Kevin Nash. And they're still extraneous to this program, but at least they removed Tamina. And who else bit the dust on that one?
Kofi Kingston.
Kofi, yeah, because Kofi wasn't born when all these people that they're talking about were involved, and I don't know what Tamina's function was. But anyway, I don't know why they didn't talk to Tom Pritchard. He trained all these people. There's footage of him training all these people, but they didn't talk to him? For heaven's sake.
How bad is the heat with Tom Pritchard, from what you know, with I guess, would it be the Triple H regime? Like, they're the ones who got rid of him, right? I guess it would be Triple H.
Well, I don't even know. Here's the thing. I don't know if he'd get pissed at me saying this, but they fired him right after that he told Canyon Seaman that he came off like an asshole. I think he said the words flaming asshole. Old Canyon Seaman got hired. And boy, again, a guy with the last name of Seaman in a wrestling locker room, it was doomed from the start, behind his back at least. But he had a meeting with all of the developmental talent where he not only showed that he had just come from another sport and had no idea what the fuck was going on in the wrestling business, but came off in an obnoxious fashion. And Tom called him over privately afterwards and said, I'm not sure whether you're aware of this, but you came off to the talent like a flaming asshole. And most people starting a new job in a new industry that they'd never been involved with before would have said, tell me more. How did I do that? What the fuck? What do you mean? But instead, old Canyon Seaman said, well, we're just going to have to agree to disagree. And then later on, they agreed to release Tom Pritchard, the best trainer that they had. So
yeah, then Canyon put all Tom's possessions in a garbage bag and sent it to him.
Yes. And then several years later, he was asked to leave and never return. But anyway, they go over. They had footage training at the warehouse. You know, Paul Heyman said there was nothing that Kurt couldn't do. And we've covered that. He was green in Memphis because he's human, just barely. But he learned fast. He was not a natural worker like The Rock because he had never seen this stuff before. But once that you showed it to him, then boom, he picked it. So he wasn't a natural. He was just the quickest student ever. It's nice to see Jerry Briscoe on some of this, which should have been because he helped recruit both those guys at various points. I mentioned earlier in the program, we were talking about the Angle bio. I booked the rematch between Angle and Turkai at the Gardens at one point, and also then we had Brock. Brock had just won the NCAA championship in 2000, and we got him pretty quickly after that. Shelton got here first. I went back and looked at my OVW books, and then I remembered Shelton got here first. He was arrived earlier and was on the house shows by April because Shelton was a natural. He had been a wrestling fan. He was from South Carolina, so of course he had seen wrestling. And he was also I guess Brock is a natural beast and a genetic freak, but Shelton was a better pure athlete. And he was more flexible and more coordinated. And so he was, pretty much instantly ready to go on training shows and in front of small crowds. Brock didn't start until later on in the year and started on the shows in October. And then I put them together as a team, the Minnesota Stretching Crew, since Shelton and Brock had legitimately been not only teammates on the University of Minnesota wrestling team, Shelton had been one of the assistant coaches because he was slightly ahead of Brock. And, they had history together. And also with Shelton, I had a guy that could do all the moves, have an exciting match, sell, and give Brock the tag and let Brock explode for a couple minutes with some big moves because that was the way to keep it elementary. That's where he was at that point. So, but then in the special, they talk about the shooting star press that he botched at WrestleMania. They actually did have an OVW clip of him doing it perfectly at the Garden. So again, A&E owes me royalties. You heard 7 seconds of my commentary. He had started doing that when the guys, Shelton used to just get in the ring and walk the ropes and leap up and springboard and do all this stuff. And a lot of the guys would get in at class and familiarize themselves with the ring and try shit out. And can I do this move or that movement or whatever? And I think somebody just dared him And he's like, I can do that, the shooting star. And they got the crash pad out, and the fucking guy, Brock was 300 pounds every bit at that point. And he could do the shooting star press. He could do the move. Now, the question was, did anybody want to lay there for it, right? But then he did it enough in practice and never missed that everybody got comfortable. So then I heard about it. I said, all right, do it at the Gardens. We had a big show at the Gardens, and some of the WWF office was going to, I can't remember who it was, maybe Bruce, whoever the fuck, right? 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever. I said, do it on the big show. And he nails it perfectly. And of course, a 300-pound guy doing a shooting star press, you're going to fuck your knees up, and he doesn't need to do that anyway. But I said, this is an example of this guy's athleticism. And so again, there's a big match spot. So everybody said, don't do it again. Wait for the big match. And the big match comes at WrestleMania, and their goddamn Kurt's going to go for the shooting star. And I was like, I was watching it. That was back when I still watched the big shows with our, graduates from OVW live. And as soon as I saw it, I said, my God, he's too far out. He's too fucking far out. And I see Brock turn and go up the top, and he's going to miss it. And son of a bitch, he almost got it. It was the goddamn world's first off the top rope backflip flying headbutt to Kurt Angle's ribs. But he nearly killed himself, Brock. And so that's when they said, don't ever do that again. So that saved him knee damage later on, because once they'd seen it on the big show, and once Vince had seen it, he would have probably brought it back out. But anyway, they had the story of Brooklyn Brawler instigating the friendly shoot at TV with Brock and Angle. And that was legendary amongst the boys. And Kurt said he won. They didn't get Brock's comments on that side of it. But again, it was technique and size is two different things. But that's when you go back and look at this footage. I mean, Kurt got over instantly because of his talent and Olympic gold medalist, elite athlete. Even if Lesnar had not won the NCAA title, if he just looked like that and was that physical specimen, he was. When I first saw him, I said, "There's a modern Dick the Bruiser." Dick the Bruiser walked straight out of fucking football, the NFL in 1955. And by 1956, he's working for the NWA World Title, challenging Fez and a star on TV in Chicago. He was just a beast you couldn't control, and it looked like he'd kill you. And Brock was the most similar physical specimen that I think I can't imagine anybody else closer to 25-year-old Dick the Bruiser. So again, they go to the big WrestleMania match, and forget about the missed shooting star press for a second. They're doing a fucking 6-man the month before WrestleMania to build up NCAA champion against gold medalist, and Brock runs Kurt into the turnbuckle and cracks 2 of his vertebrae. I can't remember, is that number 5 or 6? So at that point, I guess he goes to the doctor, and he was going to have the more invasive procedure, and the doctor said, well, we're going to fix it anyway. It's not, I don't know what doctor said. It's not like it can get any worse, because it could have. But Kurt decides to wrestle one more match, drop the belt to Brock, and then follow through with the surgery. So they do the WrestleMania, a match. And they kept this thing moving, even though when you think of rivalry, Flair and Steamboat, Midnight Rock and Roll, Bobo Brazil and the Sheik, it went on for years, or with Bobo and the Sheik, decades. This was a 6-month rivalry. Really, they were at WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. But But anyway, after that WrestleMania match, Brock was out of it. They showed the footage backstage where he was getting hot and tearing his neck brace off, and Jerry Briscoe had to calm him down and make him go to the hospital. And meanwhile, the next day, Kurt goes and has his neck surgery. There's footage of him in the operating rooms. This shit was dangerous back then, too. Just not on a weekly basis on live television. But he comes back, and they do the odd couple bit with him and Brock being friends for a little while, and then they have the triple threat with Big Show, and Kurt gets his win back, and Brock turns heel. Then they go to SummerSlam, and Shelton's comment was very perceptive about the SummerSlam match, and just about everybody's always debating who can kick the shit out of who and who's tougher than who. And I've said a million times, it depends on the rules. It depends on the style of the fight, or is there any rules? And different people win different things. Shelton was a high-level amateur wrestler, also assistant coach at Minnesota, and Brock's teammate and friend. And at that point, when he said when that SummerSlam match, when they got in there and did a little bit of their stuff where you could see what they could do, but it was in the context of working, Shelton said he saw the difference between an NCAA champion and an Olympic champion. And that's pretty high praise. And Kurt was moving Brock around pretty much at will. Now, obviously, again, they were working, but you can just tell the fucking difference. And so Angle wins that one. And then they rematched not on Survivor Series, but SmackDown with the Iron Man match, and went an hour and did finally 5 falls to 4, Brock comes out on top. So it was a 6-month deal, but they got a lot of business done in that period of time, and the highlights were great. And it just more stiff and more exciting instead of stupid and dangerous for dangerous sake. It was stiff and exciting, and it drew you in because these people. But and good to see poor old Eric Angle again. He got fucked around by a bad doctor. Remember that story? Did I ever even talk to you about that?
I don't think so.
They signed his brother Eric to a developmental deal, Kurt's brother, and sent him to OVW because he was a good amateur wrestler, not obviously where Kurt had gone. And he got, God damn it, some kind of elbow injury that led to a staph infection of some kind. He had an elbow injury, had surgery on the elbow, which led to an infection, which nearly killed him. And as I recall, his athletic career was over, and I think there was even some type of lawsuit involved with the doctor, but they fucked his arm up bad, and he couldn't even ever come back and train. They didn't mention that on this one.
No. Did they mention Lesnar and Angle for the IWGP title?
They did not.
They left that one off too. Okay.
They left that one out. Well, it would be confusing for most of the people who don't know what the fuck IWGP is.
Yeah, what happened was Brock got the IWGP belt, and then Inoki and New Japan were having their issues. So he stayed with Inoki, and he wouldn't drop the belt to anyone except Kurt Angle, because Kurt can actually legitimately, go round for round with him at least.
Well, but that was the Lesnar-Angle rivalry, at least as documented by A&E, without the unauthorized Japanese match. But, again, they would have done business, Lesnar and Angle, against each other for years afterwards, had not Brock quit the business the first time, and then Kurt left, 2 years later to go to TNA, never to return as an active competitor in his prime and a full-time schedule to the WWE, or that would have been gone back to numerous times.
Yeah, we'll never get another match with those two, but Jim, there are other news and notes happening in the world of WWE, including injury news. A lot of the listeners have been sending in questions in the last day and a half or so since an image went around on Twitter of Becky Lynch with her shoulder popped out. I have a story here from Mike Johnson, PWInsiderElite.com. WWE announced on their website that Becky Lynch is expected to be out for several months due to the shoulder separation suffered against Bianca Bel-Air at SummerSlam. Lynch's storyline exit was being attacked by Io Sky, Bayley, and Dakota Kai. The injury is legitimate.
Well, and honestly, this is a tribute to Becky Lynch that you go back and look now in the after-match footage where they're confronting the heels that came out. You can see her not only holding her right arm in, but also extending her left hand to shake after the match with Bianca Belair. And I didn't even notice it, or I thought she was selling, actually. But so she finished that match after a shoulder separation, and it was already, as we mentioned, better than most of the women's matches these days anyway. So that's incredible. But again, it's either the regular talent getting hurt over and over, doing all the stupid dives and taking bumps through furniture, or it's the top talent getting hurt through mysterious means. Again, Punk jumps off the ramp into the crowd and hits his foot on the rail. Cody bench press and tears his pec. Now Becky had a match. I didn't even hear exactly where the injury took place, but now there's Becky Lynch out for right when, and I did see this reported that her switching back babyface was a Triple H call that was obviously overruling something that Vince had wanted to do. Remember when she came back from having a baby? What has it been, a year and a half or two?
It was a year. It was SummerSlam. It was last year at SummerSlam.
Okay, so why is she a heel? She was the most beloved fucking girl on the roster. Apparently everybody else felt so as well, and now that Vince is gone, that's one of the first things they did was switch her back babyface, but now she won't wrestle for another 2 months, 3 months, whatever the case.
I've asked you this question about other people like CM Punk or Cody Rhodes. Do you take her completely off TV, or do you do anything with her while she's injured?
Boy, I mean, it used to be you could take people off TV, and then if you wanted to bring them back right before they were ready and do some kind of surprise or juice it up a little bit or whatever. But now people just disappear regularly, and that's not good. At the same point, again, I know there's been comparisons between Becky Lynch and Steve Austin, but do you want to keep her on TV every week while she can't wrestle or get too physical without the threat of potentially re-injuring herself before she's fully ready? And then does it get old? And is it like by the time that she's ready to come back, she hadn't been away, and not in a good way? It's not like she hadn't lost her momentum, but it's like, how could we miss you? You never went anywhere. So, I'm not sure. It depends on how long she's going to be out, and it depends on what she's physically able to do after she has whatever treatment that is required of this. But it's not good timing. And, and I didn't see them. I mean, they had a match. They didn't do anything that was just outrageously stupid. They're both good workers, and they try to do everything the right way, but sometimes shit happens. It's dangerous enough to do this. That's why I'm just dumbfounded when guys and girls think they have to do these multiple dives and, crash landings through furniture on free TV matches that nobody's going to remember next week because 4 people did the same thing in that 2 hours. Because you can already get hurt when you do this stuff right.
Jim, I have a question here on Twitter using the hashtag CornyDriveThru from Eugene A.J. Freeman. Why was JYD...
Wait a minute, he's got entirely too many fucking names and or initials. Pick one and stick with it.
Well, here is Eugene A.J. Freeman's question. No relation to Ace Freeman, but here it is.
What about AJ Styles? Go ahead.
Why was JYD never a world champion? He was an immensely popular wrestler who drew large crowds, but never won a world championship for either Mid-South or WWF. His drug habits have been well documented, but when could the dog have won a world title?
Never. Besides, there was no Mid-South World Championship. He was the North American champion, which was the top singles belt in Mid-South. He was never, ever going to win the WWF title. And again, it comes down to you have to use an attraction in his best light. If JYD, I mean, Hulk Hogan was Jack Briscoe next to JYD technically in the ring. Even when Dog was in shape, when he was still lifting weights and he hadn't got fat, he was jacked up. He had a great looking body, but he had the power slam and the tackle and the headbutt and the, few things, and you worked Dog's match. And the North American champion, obviously, since he was the most popular guy in Mid-South Wrestling, same thing as in any other territory. He might have been the Florida heavyweight champion in Florida. He might have been the Mid-Atlantic champion in the Carolinas. He might have been, the regional titles, yes, because they change more quickly. You can do more angles. Everything's a personal issue. With a world champion, whether it be the NWA, WWF, or later on TNA, whatever, you have to be able to have longer matches. You have to be able, what they talked about in the Goldberg biography, right? Where at some point after you smash a guy over, now with the other main event guys, you got to be able to put some time in. You got to be able to vary your style up. You got to be able to do other people's shit. You got to be able to, go from different places. And sometimes you're going to have cold matches just for the title. So there's not a personal issue there to heat the match up and take some shortcuts. Dog was not technically proficient in working or legitimate wrestling or pro style wrestling. So to be a world champion and be the top, it's not about the popularity. It wasn't anything to do with race. It was just, he wasn't the right guy for that spot. And that doesn't mean he wasn't popular or a huge draw or a ticket seller for many of the same reasons, as well as how do you ever get it off of him? Andre never won the world title. But goddamn, a lot of the world champions wish they made Andre's money. So it just depends. But no, that was some of the reasons why JYD would have not been a world champion for a major company.
Do you think JYD should have considered getting a lawyer and suing?
Well, actually, I think that Bill Watts should have considered getting a lawyer and suing Vince McMahon for taking Junkyard Dog away from Mid-South Wrestling and hurting the business in New Orleans. But now, come to find out, 1984, he couldn't have done it, but now he can, because guess who's now doing cases in the state of Louisiana? That's right, the man, the myth, the legend, the one, the only.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. He'll sue their ass.
Now I know what the folks out there are thinking. They're thinking to themselves, Cornette, you've just blown my mind. How can West Virginia's favorite son, the man who is synonymous with the Mountaineer State, how can he be doing cases and saving people's legal bacon down in the state of Louisiana, down there in the swamplands? And the answer is quite simple, ladies and gentlemen, because newlawoffice.com and Stephen P. New himself, phone number 888-692-8084. He's not just a West Virginia boy anymore. Of course, his loyalty belongs to the state of his birth, but he's spreading out all over the country. He's like Sherwin-Williams. He's covering the world. Do you know that the New Law Office, Stephen P. New and his various minions, are now handling cases, Brian, in Louisiana, West Virginia, Ohio, Kentucky, Maryland, Illinois, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and also Louisiana. He put that in twice. And they're coming to Tennessee, New York, and Texas. Hawaii and Montana stand by. But I'll tell you what, the reason for the incursion or excursion into the state of Louisiana. As you know, there's a company down there called Entergy. You've heard about the dodgy and the iffy power grids and things they got down there in the Southwest. The state of Texas, they freeze their people in the winter and they burn them in the summer. Apparently, this Entergy energy company in Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and I think one other state, they got 3 million customers. They're a Fortune 500 company. Well, they fucked a bunch of people around during Hurricane Ida in 2019, and Stephen P. New is about to, as Mama Cornette used to say, jerk a knot in their tail for it. So, again, newlawoffice.com spreading out around the world, across the country, and the opioid epidemic lawsuits and cases are about to go on the road in various locations. Stephen P. New is going to make the big pharmaceutical companies tap out to his clients, who many of them are also Cult of Cornette members, so they are well-versed in shoot wrestling, and Stephen's going to take them to court and tap all these son of a guns out. Can you imagine what an array? That would make a good-sized wrestling territory. Louisiana, Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Illinois, Maryland, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, and soon to get TV in Tennessee, New York, and Texas. What the new law office territory, the biggest geographic territory in today's modern legal territories. 888-692-8084.
All right, Jim. Well, let's get a few more questions here this week. This next one is less of a question. Let's play this. Hold on. Hello,
Okay.
Jim and Brian. Hope all is well. Since becoming a cult member during the pandemic, I've been going back and listening to every episode of the Drive Thru Any Experience. Thank you for the company and hours of entertainment. I recently listened to Experience episode 205 from November 2017, around the 40-minute mark, where not only does Jim predict that Vince McMahon would be caught for sexual harassment, but gives sound reasoning as to why. And Brian states, you heard it here first. I've attached the audio. Hold on. Let's play this. Let's see what you think.
So what did we say back then?
This is from Experience 205, November 2017.
You know, so many Titans now have gone down in just a few weeks with these sexual harassment problems. Who's going to be the guy in wrestling to go down for it?
Fuck, at this point, I don't think anybody in wrestling even tries to.
Oh my God, your old mic. Remember that thing?
I was about to say, our show sounds better than it used to.
Get laid anymore. Well, just figure out who has the most money, because it'll start there. Well, no, seriously, right? When you think about this, it's kind of been with Harvey Weinstein first, right? He was the guy with the most money and the most power. Well, then you come down, then you drop down to like a Spacey level star or a Ratner level director or whatever. So the first one is generally the one with the most, well, like at Fox News, the first one was Bill O'Reilly, right? Or was it Roger Ailes? Oh,
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And so once they say, we got that guy, then they say, oh, fuck, if we can get him, we can sure get him. And it'll trickle downward. So it'll be Vince.
Oh, okay.
The guy with the most money. Vince or Triple H, one or the other, whoever has the most money.
You heard it here first.
Well, there you go.
Well, there it is, Jim, from 2017, you predicting it.
I hate to say I told you so again, but I do so often tell you so, and it comes true. I told you so.
And you feel good about it?
I feel good. I feel good. I know that I should now.
Now, you said Vince or Triple H. Are you privy to some inside information about Triple H that we don't know?
Well, no, I just figured by, 5 years ago, by now, Triple H would be running the thing. See, remember, we always thought, and it apparently, it's going to turn out that way. We thought at that point that Triple H was going to take over the fucking world.
Yes, we did, but times have changed, but we'll see what happens. Jim, our next question sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Luke in St. Julie, Quebec. Something I've always noticed, but never heard anyone talk about, concerning what made Hulk Hogan such a success in the 80s, his eyebrows. With the bleach blonde over a triple tan, deep eye sockets, and limber facial muscles, whenever he wanted to look real hurt or real sad, like the Piper's Pit segments with Andre, his Hulkamaniacal eyebrows kicked into gear, and he could draw sympathy from the nosebleeds with no jumbotron. I honestly think they pushed his selling and babyface psychology from great to amazing, and of all things remain equal, and all things remaining equal, Hulkamania in general would have been less magical without them. What would you respond?
Well, I've completely zoned out. I've completely lost the fucking plot here. What the
would Hulk Hogan have been as big a star and gotten over and been as successful in the ring with his emoting if he didn't have his large eyebrows?
Well, you know, here's the thing. Hulk Hogan's eyebrows were huge, but Terry Bollea's eyebrows were just normal size like everybody else's. They revealed that in court testimony, right?
That's right, I believe so. There are differences between Terry Bollea and Hulk Hogan in terms of size and length.
Of various things. Yeah, I'm not sure that Hogan's eyebrows had any major impact on his stardom or would have had impact on lack thereof. I could be wrong.
Has there been any wrestler that you saw that you actually thought, you know, eyebrows would help?
Well, you know, there was always that when the guys would go overseas and they'd come back and they'd soma themselves on the plane or whatever, and they'd go to sleep and guys would shave their eyebrows. They could have used some eyebrows.
Oh, the worst. Sean Waltman, when he went there as 1-2-3 Kid, and he's about to get this big push, he fell asleep on the plane. I forget if it was Brian Knobbs or Kurt Hennig. They got him. So his very first 8x10s with WWF are just no eyebrows.
He had no eyebrows. They were taking pictures that day. I'll tell you, without eyebrows, Bull Curry's career would have been hampered. Wild Bull Curry. Without those eyebrows, his career would have been hampered.
What are your thoughts on bleached eyebrows? Because we've seen Hulk Hogan did it at one time. Tommy Rich famously did it at one time. What are your thoughts on not just the bleached hair, but the bleached eyebrows?
Well, it seems like it makes sense because that would be a tip-off that your hair wasn't platinum blonde if your eyebrows are blacker than a banker's heart. But then it sometimes gives you the old man in the sea look where you come off gray. And who was it? Goddamn, Larry Latham. Before he became Moondog Spot, when he was one of the blonde bombers. Because he was fairly light-headed anyway, and then the blonde bombers, obviously, he and Wayne were bleached blonde, and then he had a beard, kind of a Colonel Sanders scruffy goatee and a mustache, and his eyebrows were fucking bleached also, so he had blonde hair, blonde eyebrows, blonde mustache, and blonde scruffy Colonel Sanders beard, and he looked like he was 170 years old. It just depends.
Trying to take this question seriously and really evaluate it.
I think that was your first mistake.
You don't think Hulk Hogan's eyebrows?
Turn there.
You don't think Hulk Hogan's eyebrows played any part at all? You think if he had thin eyebrows, it would have been the same?
Yes. I'm pretty sure his eyebrows probably had a negligible effect on the overall presentation of Hulk Hogan.
If Hulk Hogan had a full beard and mustache, not just a mustache, do you think that would have worked in the 80s?
Actually, I think he should have had a full beard and mustache, and the beard dropped down to his crotch. And every time he come out in the ring, instead of Riddle jumping up and kicking off his flip-flops and giraffes flying out of his ass, I think Hogan should have pulled his beard up and a flock of pigeons flown out from under his beard. That would have got him over.
Well, I don't want to talk about Hulk Hogan pulling his beard up from his crotch because I don't think we got any Brutus Beefcake questions this week. But Jim, let's move on with the show. I'm joking, of course. Jim, our next question, sent to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Julian in Greenville, South Carolina. In a recent interview, Chris Jericho explained why death matches are good for wrestling and discussed the spot where he broke his nose. I find it ironic that Jericho's whole gimmick is making fun of pro wrestling and making it look fake, yet he thinks the death matches add credibility to the business.
Wait a minute. Is that his comment was they add credibility?
Well, no, that was the emailer saying that. But hold on, I have an article here from Fightful.com by Jeremy Lambert.
Jeremy?
And I guess he's referencing something else. This is from Comic Book. Here's the quote. You just go, fuck, that hurt. Matches like that one we just had are probably good for the wrestling business because it lets people know that it's not just all fun and games.
Oh, God.
Oh, that stuff isn't real. They don't really hit each other. Then you literally get bashed in the nose with the leg of a chair. You could see it. It was just an accident. But when it hit my nose, I thought for sure it was broken. It wasn't as badly broken as I thought. It was more just cracked and cartilage and that sort of thing. Still, as long as you can still move, breathe, and see, it's just a part of the job. If it's on TV, at least we'll get some shots in it. And it's probably good for the business in the long run. Shots of it, excuse me. And it's probably good for the business in the long run. It doesn't feel good the next day. Are those matches, the match he had, is that good for wrestling in any way?
No. Because, number one, I can understand it used to be that's every time you got a black eye or you got busted open, you got some stitches, what a visual injury. The old timers would say, well, it's good for the business. People be able to see that. You go out on TV with a black eye, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Can't fake that. The problem is when they have these garbage matches and it's so obviously in front of you visually that this is a fake bunch of bullshit that they're cooperating with each other to do shit that nobody would ever do, that doesn't look real, that you can see the cooperation, and that is bogged down in human stunt showville, then somebody gets hurt doing that. And if Jericho's saying, well, a bunch of people say, oh, that's fake, and they really don't get hurt. Well, then they see Jericho doing obviously choreographed fake shit with another guy, and he really gets hurt. They must go, well, Jericho ain't very good at that because he got hurt. Which, by the way, they had to call that spot. Jericho didn't just jump up and do a code breaker to Kingston while he had a chair up in the air going to swing it. It was a called spot. And I can't imagine that neither one of them didn't think, well, what's going to happen to that fucking chair when Jericho jerks me down forward? I'm already going that way anyway. But nevertheless, no, it helps the business's credibility when the work is good enough and safe but snug enough and makes sense enough that you can't see through it and you're not sitting there and going, why the fuck would that guy do that stupid thing out of the blue that didn't make any sense? And if an errant potato does land in the pot and you've got a black eye or whatever to show for it, all the better. But if you come out with a black eye or a swollen fucking testicle or cut from asshole to appetite off of barbed wire that you were rolling around in, it still looked like a fake match. You just weren't good enough to not get hurt doing fake shit. So I look at it completely differently and more logically than Jericho does.
And of course Jericho thinks it's good for wrestling. Every bad thing he's done over the last several years, he's not thought any of that was bad. He thinks everything he does, he thinks is good.
But at least in this case, it wasn't as painful when he was doing dinner theater and dance routines. Now he's trying to do the hardcore shit with the Deathmatch Boys.
Frank Sinatra doing G.G. Allen. But Jim, let's get another question here. This was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Aaron in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Where's that? Where's Fort Thomas?
I don't know. I know where Fort Knox is, Fort Mitchell, Fort Wright. But I don't know where Fort Thomas is.
All right. Where's Fort Knox?
Well, it's a stone's throw from here. Actually, a gold bar's throw from here in Louisville. That's
very good.
That's why they actually had footage in Goldfinger. They had footage of Dixie Highway and one of the old Colonel Sanders locations, one of the first ones of the chain.
All right. Well, let me ask you a question here from Fort Thomas, Kentucky, from Aaron. How do you work a kick to the balls? Only way I could think would be to aim at upper thigh, but that's a lot of graze potential. Which in my opinion, graze potential.
Oh, graze potential.
Which in my opinion can be worse than full contact. Does the receiver have to tell you which way they're dangling? Is the receiver? Is it the receiver that has to work it, squeezing thighs together? Seems like a risky timing game.
Well, I don't want to spoil all the magic. I will say that the last thing you want to do is squeeze your fucking thighs together. You want to be as open as possible. A clear, unobstructed fucking view of the place where the foot is going to land is uppermost in the mind of the kickee, if not the kicker. The kicker is not too worried. The kickee should be worried. But if the kicker knows what he's doing, and not only is his aim right, but also his little fucking boom at the end so that you can look like you've hit something without actually hitting it. And if the kickee has opened himself up properly and then reacts at the appropriate second, then everybody involved in this activity can still have children afterwards. If one of those things does not take place, well, then shit can go south in a bit of a hurry.
How many times in all your years in wrestling did you see someone show up in the locker room and, again, I'm guessing not one of the regulars, but put on a cup?
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen anybody put on a cup.
Because naturally, I think to someone who doesn't know anything about wrestling, they would think it's an athletic event. You could get hit in the balls. They must be wearing a cup.
I've never seen one. And part of that is because, actually, I would think you could do more damage to everybody if, let's say, for example, somebody's going for a leapfrog and your head runs into the fucking nuts. Wouldn't it hurt both guys worse if there was a cup involved? I don't know, but no, wrestlers do not and I've never seen one wearing that. And it would look possibly odd in swim trunks. Because remember, all those other sporting uniforms that cover cups up have more layers and material to them. I don't know. I that's where I used to hide my bags of powder to throw in the babyface's eyes and different foreign objects, because I figured that way I'd get double heat. I'd get heat for using the gimmick, and then I'd get heat for where I pulled it out because people thought I was trying to make my dick look bigger.
Were there wrestlers known to have, I don't know how to ask this question, sensitive balls? So, like, if anything happened even near them, they would complain or they would go down?
Well, no, because if you did have sensitive balls and you let anybody know, then you might as well leave the territory, because that's all they'd be doing. Every fucking hold or move was taking their knuckles and thumping your balls or whatever. That would be the thing. You fucking get a guy in a goddamn hold and say, "Hey, you into real estate?" And say, "Yeah, well, let me give you a couple of acres." And there you go. And then boom, and whatever the case.
Jim, I'm going to ask the next question because we know we do have a lot of new listeners. A lot of people still jump on board, as we know, each and every week. No one has the growth this show has, and of course the experience.
Yeah, but I understand if we've talked to a specialist and they believe they can take it out without affecting any internal organs, that growth.
Well, let's find out. With all that said, here's our next question, sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Michael. I've always wanted to know when and why you carry a tennis racket to the ring.
Oh, come on. All right, we haven't covered it lately. I went to our first TV taping in Louisiana, Mid-South Wrestling, and the fans, great feedback with the fans. We had a lot of heat, but the wrestlers that were already there, every single one of them came up to me and said, "These people are going to kill you." What? Oh, yeah, the fans are bad down here, and they're going to kill you. Because they knew already, everybody, was waiting for it. Who's going to be the first one to cut him or stab him, or they're going to kill him some way. They're going to drag him behind a truck. And I had never carried a gimmick. I mean, I was a manager, so I'd pass chains or, knucks or a belt or whatever. But I didn't have a gimmick that I carried with me as some people did. Old-time managers used canes, or Sir Clements had an umbrella because he was an Englishman. Or the old thing I gave Truth Martini, the book of truth. So I came back to Nashville after the first TV taping, Maybe it's the first one, maybe the second one. I'd have to go back and look now. But anyway, I went to the movies, which was the only thing I could afford to do back then, averaging the puny amount of money I was averaging a week before I started in Louisiana. But it was one of those teen movies from the early 80s. And the rich kid in the movie carried a badminton racket around everywhere he went. And it just looked douchey and snotty and, rich kid, whatever. And I had the idea for a tennis racket because a tennis racket had a little bit more size and also it would give me a little more reach and, tennis at the club, whatever, the country club, blah, blah, blah. So I went and got a tennis racket. And the next time we went down for TV in Louisiana, I asked Watts, I said, hey, I'm a rich kid, spoiled mama's boy prick. Wouldn't I have a tennis racket and be coming from the country club? And he said, yeah, do that. And I said, and also it'll give me a reach on people. He said, yeah, that's a good idea too. And so then we started being able to not only use it as a gimmick in the matches, but also it gave me a much needed, as we would soon find out, level of physical protection when we were in those crowds and the police were outmanned or otherwise occupied. But that's where it came from. And somebody a few years ago actually emailed me and told me the name of the movie. And I can't still remember it, but it sounded right.
How do you not know that? That's amazing. The one thing you don't know is the movie that inspired the racket.
Because I didn't give a shit for the movie. It was my girlfriend that picked the movie. I retained one idea from it that made me a lot of money and saved my ass on a couple of occasions physically in the future, and that's all I care about remembering that movie.
You love Caddyshack, no thought at all? Despite
this
Fred
wasn't
Blassie?
Caddyshack.
I understand. Despite Fred Blassie, no thought at all about going with a golf club?
I couldn't work it, and then it'd be a rib to carry. Think about it. I could put the tennis racket in my suit bag, fold it up, and boom, and it's done. It was no problem to carry. And you can work with it in a number of ways, and you can set it up to where you can fuck a motherfucker up with it if you hit them once, or you don't have to, and they'll be fine. And with a golf club, there's too many variables, and a golf club wouldn't have made any noise. So there you go. Golf club, no, not a good working gimmick.
Did you ever research, to the best of your knowledge, that anyone ever used a tennis racket before?
I think I didn't ever physically sit down and just say, I'm going to check every wrestling book and magazine I own to determine that. But I think in 40 years, somebody would have come across it by now. So that is original.
Jim, we have some news from PWInsiderElite.com. AEW files trademarks for All Elite Women series and more. AEW has filed a trademark for the term All Elite Women on August 1st, PW Insider has confirmed. The trademark is listed for a number of realms, including, most interestingly, these two. And these are the ones here that talk about various merchandise, dolls, and, of course, apparently a show. While not confirmed, it would appear the trademark is the first sign of a new wrestling series for AEW, this one focusing on the company's women stars. If so, it would join Dynamite, Rampage, Dark, and Dark Elevation as the 5th weekly outing from the promotion. One would think... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, okay, if it's just going to be on YouTube, then that's fine. They can do whatever they want. But if they're insane, if they get another hour of television on a television outlet, cable, broadcast, whatever, and they're insane to begin with if they want another hour on anything, as long as Rampage is the throwaway show that it has become. And they're doing another Battle of the Belts this weekend, and that thing's become a throwaway with not even as big a marquee matches as you see on regular Wednesday night television. I think Claudio's wrestling Take a Shit for the Ring of Honor title on the Battle of the Belts this weekend, which, all due respect to everybody involved, but remember when Ric Flair won the NWA World title and he had a big defense at the Clash of Champions against downtown Denny Brown? What the fuck? So, and Ring of Honor still doesn't have a television program. So again, his ADD and his I get whatever I want has started to run amok with him, because now he's jumping ahead of promotions he has already bought and hasn't even established to trademark titles for new programs that he hasn't started fucking running yet and shouldn't, because they're less appealing than what he's already got going that he hadn't finished. Does that all make sense?
It does. Now, we don't know what this will be. If he's going to just tape another hour at whatever studio they I think it's Universal that they do those YouTube shows. They can do another hour and make it just about the women. I think that's a good thing. I think there needs to be a concerted show for just the women and try to do it right and try to actually develop someone.
And I think
off TV on YouTube.
Following that, let's bring back the midgets and have an all midget show, and then let's bring back the wrestling bears.
Oh, come on.
And have bear wrestling.
If he had a roster filled with them, that'd be one thing, but he has all these women signed. They got to do something.
Hey, all the women he's got signed are about as good of workers as most of the bears I've seen. Not quite. Gentleman Ben, now, he was better than most, but, and then we just do a 30-minute program with the matches with the wrestling bears then.
Well, I think you're being a little silly here, but let me ask you this. You heard me say to you the other day, I said, did you watch Rampage? You said no, and I said, I can't believe anyone would book this show thinking someone's going to want to see this. Rampage, Friday night, regular time slot, record low number, 375,000 viewers.
And I mean, we've talked about that one again. They could make it look, right now it's an hour version of their 2-hour Wednesday night program with less name talent. And they could change that. They could change the look. At this point, would it hurt if they did a magazine show with updates on all the things going on in AEW and a match or two and try to sell some things coming up? You know, play with the format. Take a chance on something. It's not going to hurt the viewers any more than what you're doing right now is. They've gone from over 1 million on the debut to less than 400,000 because nobody gives a shit, and it's a throwaway program, and it's taped a lot of times in front of a dead crowd after the real show. And now this week, I guess, is going to be live because they've got to tape the Battle of the Belts thing. The battle Saturday night at 8 o'clock. It may not be prime television time anymore, but it did okay for Jackie Gleason and All in the Family. And it's still 8 o'clock in prime time on a weeknight on a cable network with full cable coverage in all the systems and 100 and whatever million homes. And you're just going to give them Claudio versus Take a Shit out of the blue because you've got to fill that time. I know they gave you the shows as a makeup for kicking you off the fucking network when they switched and got the hockey. But make this something. There's only 4 of them a year. It's only an hour. Build a match. Just a match that you're going to have on that show. You got 3 months for the next one. And when you decide what that match is going to be, then build it on your other programs. Build the interest amongst 2 guys or 4 guys. Build the reason they have a conflict. Shoot a fucking angle and then announce the match and plug it for 2 or 3 weeks on this big special. And then your hour special is welcoming everybody, having an opening match where you establish the temperature of the room, go to the fucking videotape of the history of these competitors' journey to this night from the start of their hostilities, get comments from both of them, and have the fucking match. Make it top guys that can go and produce with a finish that makes people want to see a little more of them. There you go. There's an hour special that would be different from other programming you're doing. Or Claudio versus Take a Shit. Your choice.
I'm sure it'll be a fine match, but I'm sure it's also a match that's not going to cause too many people to want to tune in on a Saturday night at 8 o'clock. It's one thing when you had Saturday Night Wrestling regularly airing, and it wasn't at 8 o'clock, it was at 6:05 on the East Coast, but it was regular. You trained yourself to see it. A show just popping up randomly at 8 o'clock on a Saturday night with matches no one cares about. What kind of number is that going to pull?
Well, and that's why, again, the Clash of Champions was a big, this is supposed to be patterned after that. It was a big event. with a major card, and it was promoted on the regular TV shows for several weeks out. That's why they did bigger ratings and got more attention on the product. That was what that was designed for. This was the networks giving these guys 4 hours a year on fucking in prime time because they jacked them around on the deal they'd signed when they moved their network, and the promotion, instead of using it to be a destination for people to see one exciting thing that will have a major impact on the world of AEW, it's the Rampage One Day Later show. Bleh. On tape.
Well, on tape is this show, and this show's about to end. Let's get a song or two. If anything big happens over the week until the experience, we'll come back with some breaking news audio on the YouTube channel. But, all right, well, with that, the drive-thru is closed.
Oh, you know, in there somewhere, you almost got a note from Love is a Many Splendored Thing.
I thought I did quite well this week, but of course you can hear us next week right here on the drive-thru, and this weekend on the Jim Cornette Experience, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Go through the archives today. Hear what else Jim has predicted right in the past. Patreon.com/Cornette. $5 a month gets you access to the archives. The drive-thru and the experience going back to 2013. Patreon.com/Cornette. Subscribe to the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Clips of the shows, full episodes, omnibus collections, I'm forgetting what we have, all with the Travis Heckel artwork that you know and love. Over 310,000 subscribers, and I think we're now over 300 million minutes watched. The official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. You can follow Jim on Twitter at @TheJimCornette. You can follow me on Twitter at GreatBrianLast. You can hear me on the 605 Superpodcast at 605pod.com, or available wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Don't forget about Cornette's Collectibles at JimCornette.com. Jim, what's happening at the construction site?
Right now, absolutely jack all of shit, but soon it will be busy, and the feather bottoms are continuously filling the orders at Cornette's Collectibles at JimCornette.com for all of the fine folks out there who need their classic wrestling and Cornette merchandise.
From JimCornette.com. And of course, the drive-thru is brought to you by the Law Office of Stephen P. New, 888-692-8084. Get even with Stephen at newlawoffice.com. But until this weekend on The Experience, and next week right back here on the drive-thru, for Jim Cornette, I'm the Great Brian Last. Tally-ho!